different from many countries. Sorry, first of all, for taking time to solve these technical issues, but this is a northern country and we are slow around here, so I hope you will forgive us. So, I guess a lot of you know me already, but I was the founder of Blue Awakening, the Estonian nationalist youth movement. Now I am a member of parliament. Eino Randonen is leader of our youth movement now, and he will be hosting you tonight, but he asked me kindly to give the first speech of our almost already well-known conference. So this will be it. The world is breaking. All systems are collapsing. This is the time that ethnofuturists have always predicted. Old systems will inevitably break down so that the new world can be reforged from their constituents. This is the rhythm and dance of history. We see breaking down of the world power structure and a battle between empires and formation of new alliances. These days are crucial for the history of Europe because the heart of Europe, Intermarium, is under attack from both sides, the East and the West. A Russian attack against free Ukraine is a clear attack against European nations, even though many European nations do not understand it yet. We already see, and we will soon see even more liberal Western leaders making backhand deals with Russia, exchanging their freedom of European nations for the preservation of the liberal democratic order. They will fail. National independence cannot be bargained with anymore in the world that is about to be reborn. National freedom is not freedom because it is freedom, but it is freedom precisely because it is national. Because freedom is ethnic. National independence, in its essence, is the highest expression of a life force of a nation. What is nation? Nation is always something more than a collection of citizens. Nation has a tradition unified by language, and that language is the only language capable of expressing the nation's central myth. In every European nation and every European tradition, we find a myth of the world tree or the tree of life. Nation is like this primordial tree. It has roots in the soil, and it has branches in the sky, and the deeper its roots go in connection to history and tradition, the higher its branches can reach, and then it radiates strength that is called national self-consciousness. And you can really see the potential of a nation, not in its manpower and number of natural resources, but in its energy of consciousness about itself that is extracted from its honoring and understanding of its roots. This is something that is still visible in Central and Eastern Europe, in the Baltic countries. And on the contrary, we don't find much of it in a typical Western consumer society. And this is why there is this huge identity crisis in the Western world. It can be quite a culture shock for normal East European conservative to meet what they call Western values, and for a normal West European liberal to meet what we call European values here. In one part of Europe, nationalism is healthy. It is necessary for a country and people to sustain itself. It is what we are proud of. It is our duty and way of life. In another part of Europe, nationalism is evil. It is dangerous. It destroys countries. It brings war and violence and genocide. These are two completely different value systems. How can these two value systems that completely disagree on something as essential as the very essence of national identity come together and create a unified political system? There is only one way. If one of these value systems absolutely dominates over the other. And that's what has happened with the EU. When they talk about Western values or European values, what they mean is the dogmas of liberal democracy and abstract human rights, which portray itself as universal, and yet it is shaped by an immensely specific political and ideological context post-World War II in a relatively small part of the world that did not see Soviet occupation and reality of left-wing totalitarianism. And this is why we are getting now this liberal or social democratic totalitarianism. Because totalitarianism is a clear symptom of an idea system at the end of its life cycle. Only 3 years ago, we would not have imagined things like mandatory vaccination in a free European country, or the massive censorship, both plain open censorship by the government or more hidden but extremely wide censorship by companies, academia, mass media, that has effectively brought an end to free speech on many levels and destroyed what we thought of as internet freedom. Now, think about the Great Reset. You will own nothing and you will be happy. This is all about the globalist project. The idea of one world government, one world market, one global nation, whose life and death are just commodities in global supermarkets. This is it. This is the idea. So what you need in order to get world power is to cut the world tree. That is, isolate the nations from their roots, sever their ownership of their ancestral land, and take over the soil. Supranational institutions like the EU are like parasites feeding off the life energy of a nation. When a nation is isolated from its roots, it is no longer capable of resistance. And then begins the actual extinction process. The Great Reset comes together with the Great Replacement. Liberals call this a conspiracy theory. While it is obvious for everyone that in the great cities of Western Europe, native Europeans are already a minority. By pure demographic data, the French, Germans, Swedes, Dutch will be a minority in their own countries by 2060, 2070. It is the catastrophic immigration policy of the EU that they are forcing not only on their own countries, but on every single member state. And this is one of the most crucial front lines in the struggle for the supremacy of national freedom, because this really is a matter of national survival in the most basic demographic sense. However, the globalist project will ultimately certainly fail, because only Europeans have ever taken it seriously. Other nations, other cultures and races in the world, they will not agree to give up their identity, even if their countries are happy to exploit the global market for their economic or geopolitical goals. The very clear question is, can we as Europeans survive as a majority in our ancestral lands by the time that the globalist project collapses? And can we avoid the clear danger of a giant global catastrophe that this event brings, with implications on geopolitics and economy that would far eclipse even the COVID pandemic or the Russian war in Ukraine? These are the stakes. We nationalists really need to face this and be brave and contribute to the awakening of our peoples, preservation of our history, advancement of our culture, to teach this to our children. We need to help and protect this tree and to keep the continuity between ages, between our traditions, between generations, because the nation is all about continuity, about the link between our ancestors and our descendants, and understanding that we really are this link. And thus will be the world tree regrow. Thank you. Now, if there is time, I will answer some questions. Eino is showing me there is no time. Then thank you.
Thank you, Ruben. Again, I do apologize for the slight technical difficulties, and we've had to move up the schedule a bit. But I'd like to thank you, all of our listeners, all of our guests joining us here today. This is the 6th iteration of our annual conference. It's my first time being sort of the head responsible organizer, so it's all a learning experience. I promise next year will be much better and much bigger. But even though we've encountered some of these difficulties, there's been travel restrictions, things like that, I still believe we've managed to provide quite a good lineup for this year as well. And hopefully the ideas exchanged here, the questions, discussions will not only serve as food for thought, but also as an inspiration to most of you. Now, the traditional role of the chairman of Blue Awakening has to give these sort of opening remarks, a recap of the last year, and so forth. But however, this year I will be skipping that and also doing some trailblazing by actually giving a speech of my own. So now, on to business, shall we? Let me start off by saying that the sun always rises in the east. Now, you can interpret this in many ways. It can refer to us in Eastern Europe, which is slowly but surely becoming the bastion of nationalism in Europe. What is east of us is Russia. Regrettably, many of our Western nationalist friends look towards Russia and see it as a defender of European civilization. I do understand this mindset, sort of, and I know where it comes from, and it's mainly due to the fact that these Western European countries lack the same sort of realism and historical experience when it comes to dealing with Russia. And it also mostly comes also from a wholly justified dissatisfaction of Western European peoples towards their ruling classes, which are, of course, part of the liberal hegemony. And also, of course, the nationalist and conservative rhetoric espoused by President Putin. But I think an important battle is... Oh, excuse me. All right, so I'm not going to dismiss Russia as a completely negative force in the sense that, it is fighting against the liberal democratic ideological hegemony. However, in the case of Russia, the negatives vastly outweigh the positives. So both domestically and internationally. To give some examples, one is the violent oppression of minority peoples within Russia, especially the Finno-Ugrics, our brothers. And also internationally, the imperialistic ambitions of the Kremlin, which we can see very clearly today in Ukraine. But my proposition today for you is to look further east, to the Asian peoples, specifically Japan. When we usually discuss political philosophy, Asia and Japan are almost always overlooked. I mean, of course, we do know people like Mencius, but usually when classical philosophy is concerned, we talk about Plato and Aristotle and stuff like that. Japan has been overlooked as they were during the late 19th and early 20th centuries, but as the events of 1905, the Russo-Japanese War, and 1931, the beginning of World War II in Japan, show both in a military and political sense that Japan is not to be underestimated. And thus, I believe that we should not overlook this subcategory of political philosophy. Now, furthermore, I also want to show the value of writers such as Ikikita and Shumei Okawa, and the value they can give, especially to us in this dissident right-wing sphere. Now, why do I believe this? Firstly, both of these aforementioned authors were avowed nationalists, as were many of their contemporaries in Japan. Basically, the interwar Japanese philosophical sphere was almost completely dominated by right-wingers and nationalists. And of course, their ideas would become very influential and shaping really the sort of official ideology of the Japanese empire. While I think we should be critical of the excesses committed by the Japanese in the name of this ideology, and of course critical of the imperialism that came to replace the ideology of Pan-Asianism, we cannot really dismiss the effectiveness of this ideology in uniting and mobilizing the Japanese national collective. Now, I will try and introduce some key concepts, ideas, people, which I believe have a lot to teach us. Now, I'll start off with probably the most complex of these ideas, but given how it is sort of fundamental to understanding Japanese political thought, especially in the early 20th century, I'm pretty much forced to start there. And this concept is known as the kokutai. Roughly translated, kokutai means national essence and can be understood to refer to both the character of the Japanese state, but also the inherent quality and characteristic of the Japanese people, and all of the constituent parts that make up these two things, the nation and the state, meaning things like government institutions, social classes, traditions, etc. Now, if we look for something very similar in Western tradition, I think for most people the concept of body politic will come to mind. Excuse me just a second. Please excuse me, we had to put the laptop to charge. Now, as I said, yes, kokutai is quite strongly related to the concept of body politic in Europe. But there are several distinctions which we can see when we dive deeper into this concept. Now, for example, kokutai has its roots in pre-Western Japan, i.e. before the Americans basically forced open the Japanese ports in 1853. The important part of these early definitions really was the role of the foundational myth in defining this national structure, national essence of Japan. These myths state basically that the Japanese people are the direct descendants of the sun goddess and they're directly descended from the mythical emperor Jimmu. For example, like the current Japanese emperors are descended from a more than 2,000-year-old line of emperors. Not only do these two basically create a unbroken chain of tradition upon which the Japanese nation essentially stands, they create this divine mandate for the existence of the Japanese state. So the justification for the existence of the Japanese state and the Japanese people is almost mythological. Now, this already gives us our first very valuable lesson for us, is the value of this foundational national myth. And one of the first theorists to develop this idea of kokutai, Aizawa, he saw that this issue of national unity and the national collective as primarily a spiritual one. So it's not material, it's definitely spiritual. And this national unity basically acted historically in Japan as a union of government and religion. Now, this probably, again, sounds familiar to here in Europe as well, basically the historical unity of nations in Europe, and also this sort of re-establishment of the foundational national myth, which, while not explicitly religious, for example, here in Estonia, is still quite heavily spiritual in nature. It's definitely quite irrational and immaterial. Excuse me. And it is also quite sort of palingenetic in its nature, i.e., we want a rebirth of these myths. We want to create something new while still sort of taking inspiration from the old. Now, another important aspect of the kokutai, which was developed when the constitutional system of Japan was being created, and that is the one between the kokutai and the seitai. So roughly translated, the distinction is between the national essence and the system of government. So in short, kokutai defined what the nation was at its core, and seitai was basically how this nation was run. So think of seitai as being a keyword for system of government. So you have either absolute monarchy, you have constitutional democracy, stuff like that. And the important thing to remember from these ideas is that the seitai, or the system of government, was always meant to be subordinate to the kokutai. So essentially, the system of government only exists to serve this national idea and the national collective. The system of government itself, it's not an idea, it's not an absolute, and should it not fill its purpose to sort of protect this national idea and national consciousness, it must be replaced. And another interesting development from this era is one that basically posits that the concept of kokutai does not really only apply to Japan, but that it also applies to every single nation, i.e. every single nation, may it be Finnish nation, may it be the Estonian nation, may it be any one you can think of, they all have their own national essence. And I think this poses quite an interesting question that I think everyone in sort of our sphere, and everyone who even remotely considers themselves a nationalist, should ask themselves, is that what is the essence of my nation? What comprises it? In the case of Estonia, I think one of the best sort of definitions for what is our national essence is in the preamble of our constitution, which states clearly that the purpose of the Estonian state is to ensure the survival of the Estonian people, the culture, the language through the ages. Now, the last phase in the development of the kokutai is the period between the end of Japanese democracy and the end of World War II, and that by that point, the idea of kokutai, this sort of immutable national essence that should not be changed, had basically become central and would culminate in this interesting thing called the 1925 Peace Preservation Law. And this law, among other things, made the concept of private property completely unassailable, thus outlawing socialism completely. So you were not allowed to espouse ideas that would threaten private property. And also it made altering the kokutai, or altering the national essence or national character of the country, illegal. Now, from here on out, any organization or knowing participant in such an organization which promoted changes to the national essence or structure of Japan would be subject to prosecution by a special secret police. Now, this law was left intentionally ambiguous because, of course, this sort of idea of a national character is quite difficult to define in very strict terms. And of course, to a more liberal-minded listener, I doubt we have quite very many, but still, this may sound like quite an irrational framework for political persecution. But let me put it this way. Disagreements and dialogue are good for a country because, they can be very constructive. They can keep away stagnation. But what truly makes a nation united is an agreement on these basic fundamental building blocks that characterize the country that everything can agree on. For example, let's say in Estonia, yes, we can have different parties. We can have people with different beliefs on things like economics or even social issues. But one thing that sort of everyone should agree on is the unassailability of the supremacy of the Estonian people and the Estonian language and the Estonian culture in this very country. And that is basically the idea of the nation state. Now, furthermore, these ideas are by nature very spiritual, and thus they are by their own character irrational. And I think that's quite important to break free of this dogma of rationality. I mean, firstly, because our opponents are already doing it, and in my opinion, we should fight fire with fire. And secondly, because irrationality actually creates these positive and strengthening concepts. I mean, the Japanese understood this, all of these aforementioned things. Now, just quickly moving on to the second concept I wanted to introduce is the Yamato Damashi, or Yamato Kokoro, which translates as the Japanese spirit or the Japanese heart. So it refers to exactly what you would think, the Japanese spirit. It's the exaltation of these spiritual characteristics of the Japanese people that make them unique compared to the rest of the world. Now, when we think of Japanese characteristics, probably you would think of things like loyalty, devotion, hard work, this collective spirit, etc. And a good way to see this term, this Yamato Damashi, is to see it as this sort of ethnic adulation, a desire to see your people as something unique, separate, having a set of values and characteristics that set them apart from every other nation in the world. And now, originally, this idea grew out of the desire to see the Japanese as something different from the old Chinese tradition. And through ages, this idea of Yamato Damashi was present, but there can be said to exist sort of several historical periods where it was apparent. I mean, for example, in the late 19th century, when Japan was rapidly modernizing, this term came to be, and it can be quite well encapsulated in this very famous rallying cry of the late 19th century Japan, which was Western methods, Japanese spirit. So they enthusiastically embraced Western technology and expertise while still rejecting these Western values for the most part, of course. And this was quite impressive also during the Russo-Japanese War, which Japan won, but with very heavy casualties. And basically, the Russian officers were quite staggered when they saw these human wave attacks of Japanese soldiers against Russian machine guns. Thousands of men completely cut down in moments, and they asked the Japanese officers, why did you do this? And the Japanese officers answered them, our men have the Yamato Damashi. We have the Japanese spirit. Now, we could argue about the military effectiveness of human wave attacks and kamikaze strikes, but you cannot really deny that this sort of self-sacrifice in the name of your country and your nation is still quite impressive. Now, even today, this sort of maxim in war applies that, of course, it matters who's got the biggest stick, but it matters a hell of a lot more who's waving it. Now, and also Ernst Jünger said quite well that the quality of these defensive earthworks or trenches doesn't really matter. A highly motivated and skilled soldier can defend really any position. Now, So far, I've been talking about the ideas, but I think it's important to also talk about the men who formulated them. Iki Kita, as I mentioned, is quite an interesting figure. One could call him by many labels. He used to be a socialist, a revolutionary, also a traditionalist in many senses, and a far-right theorist, etc. I mean, Kita was very influential in developing the idea of the Showa restoration. Now, Showa really refers to Emperor Hirohito. And given his socialist roots, Kita really wrote a lot against the power of the powerful industrial conglomerates known as the Zaibatsu, and also the power of the established nobility, how these institutions were corrupt and really prevented national unity and held Japan back. So what the Showa restoration aimed to do was basically sweep away all of these old institutions that were holding Japan back and create a new sort of centralized nationalistic state with the emperor at the top. And this was all done in order to achieve this sort of national unity and national harmony. And now, another author I'd quickly like to touch on is Shumei Ogawa, again, another very prominent nationalist and proponent of the Showa restoration. Now, instead of being executed for a military coup like Kita, Ogawa, who also actually orchestrated the military coup, actually became quite a prominent member of the Japanese government, being the head of propaganda. And basically, he developed quite far this idea of Pan-Asianism, meaning Asia for the Asians. And this sort of reflected the more idealistic part of the Japanese motivation to go to war against the Western powers. So the idea was to have sort of this Japan as a leading nation in Asia, around which all of the Asian nations could sort of assemble. And one interesting small tidbit that they did to promote that is they created a university in occupied Manchuria, which was called the Kenkoku University, which literally translates into State Building University. And basically, this university gathers students from China, Korea, Russia, Japan, wherever in Asia, and basically taught them the principles of governance, nationalism, self-determination, things like that. And many of the alumni of that university actually came to be in quite prominent positions in countries like South Korea, Burma, and even China. Quite paradoxically, even though it was a Japanese university. And I believe that all of the aforementioned things I've talked about, the importance of this national characteristics that we should define for ourselves, the fundamental building blocks of the nation, this idea of this separate spiritual quality that makes us unique as a people, and then of course this. For example, for us as Estonians, I believe that the idea of Pan-Asianism could be quite well translated into Pan-Finno-Ugrism. And for example, this sort of, I don't know, I would call it a dream of mine, a creation of this nation-building university or educational institution for our people. And I mean, now that I've talked about, as an introduction to this sort of key concepts in Japanese right-wing nationalist political philosophy, I mean, I've only barely scraped the surface, but I do encourage every single one of you to read more about it if it interests you in any way. And I do thank for your attention, and I will take some questions now. Yeah, of course, also from the stream, we can take questions from the stream. All right, that is not a question. Someone has said that shame on us, keep your intermarium out of Europe. Well, tough cheese to you, Arno. That's not going to happen. We're still going to keep doing it. Yes.
So you show quite an interest in the Japanese national philosophers. So have you delved into, like, for example, Mishima and Asanuma, who are well-known nationalists in the pre-World War period, who were fighting mostly the American, you could say, colonization, basically, of Japan with the materialism?
So speaking about Mishima, yes, of course, as any self-respecting right-wing nationalist, I do have several books of his, and I've read most of them already. But yeah, I mean, as I said in the beginning, I mean, this is I would say quite a neglected part of our philosophical tradition around the world, and that is why I so initially sort of got into it. And you know, these concepts, even though they're quite focused in Japan, they were still how to say, they were still quite universal as I studied them. So these are the main reasons I got into them, and unfortunately, really, the post-war Japanese political philosophy has really shifted away from the right. You know, of course, for understandable reasons. You know, it wasn't really in vogue after World War II, but you know, let's say maybe distinct from Germany, the Japanese have still sort of, you know, kept these ideas in their head and in their heart. They haven't sort of, you know, self-castigated themselves completely. Any more questions, remarks, maybe? If not, I think we're pretty well on schedule, and we can invite our next speaker on. Yes, just a minute.
All right, I can't really see myself, but I assume that I am live. Is that correct? Can someone tell me if I'm live right now? Okay, I got a Okay, I got the green light there. Okay, so my only concern is that I'm not really sure about my internet connection. I'm traveling at the moment. So please tell me if there's any problem with the connection so that I can maybe shut down my video so you just hear the voice or something like that, if there's buffering or if there's any problem like that. So just please let me know if that's the case. First of all, I just want to say thank you so much for inviting me. I regret that I can't be there in person this time. Hopefully that'll be better next time. But I do want to congratulate you on what you have going. You have something that is completely unique, the thing you have going in Estonia. And you should really cherish that, because it is unusual that a nation will sort of come to its senses and start doing serious work on these issues before it falls apart. And usually a country has to fall apart before there's a significant movement to create awareness on the dangers of national disintegration and so on. And so you really do have a head start, and I do really want to congratulate you on that. And I hope you know that you have something completely unique going on, and that's something that you should be very proud of and never stop doing what you're doing. And I hope that you'll become the largest party in Estonia. And even after you've become the largest party in Estonia, just don't become lazy and let down your guard. Continue improving all the time. That's the only way, because the forces of disintegration and destruction are always waiting at the door, and they're ready to take over as soon as you let down your guard. So always be vigilant. And I know that you are, and that's really something to see, because the rest of Europe, as you know, is really falling apart very quickly. And Estonia is right now an oasis. And so what you're doing is not only for yourself, it's also an oasis and an inspiration to other countries in Europe, that we can look at a nation in Europe that hasn't lost its mind. Now, what I want to talk about today is perhaps not as pertinent for Estonia as for the rest of Europe and for the rest of the West, for Western Europe and America and so on. And I'm going to talk about how we can improve our situation now. And because there is a problem that we have a problem of time horizons, right? We have very long-term goals. And usually that's seen as a positive thing, and it is, in a sense, a positive thing that we have very long-term goals. But in a sense, we have two long-term goals. Our goals are too far into the future, and so I think that they sometimes lack the power to inspire because they're so far away. And I want to talk about how we can start living in the golden age right now. Because I've often said that I don't see our current situation in Western Europe in terms of political election cycles. So I don't see this in terms of a 4-year period. I don't think we can find a solution within a 4-year period. I think what we're looking at is something more similar to a paradigm shift, similar to the conversion of the Roman Empire to Christianity, right? And I know that, yes, there is democratic success. There's success in the democratic process in Estonia, for example. And Estonia is a unique exception, really, to the rule. It's a small country on the edge of Europe. And unfortunately, it's not representative of how things are going in the rest of Europe. And you also have a relatively racially homogeneous country. And that's not typical for other European countries right now either. And that's why I've been saying for many years that what needs to happen in Europe is a paradigm shift akin to what the Roman Empire went through with the conversion to Christianity in the 4th century. And that took centuries. And I'm not really talking about now a return to Christianity or anything like that, but I'm talking about a change on that scale and in that time frame. I mean, it may come sooner, it may take longer, but I think that is the mindset that we should have, that this is a fundamental paradigm shift that needs to happen throughout the West. And we need a revaluation of values, and we need to change our most basic values in society and in our culture. So we need a complete paradigm shift, and such a paradigm shift may take generations because there is no quick fix. And even if some countries may experience something like a Trump phenomenon, right? A Trump-like character, a populist who will energize a sort of a national enthusiasm That might happen. A person like Eric Zemmour might be successful in an election in France, for example, and that will generate a lot of hype in the media and a lot of enthusiasm, and it will energize a form of national enthusiasm. But still, all those phenomena are surface phenomena, and that's what everyone has to understand. That a person like Trump or a person like Zemmour, they might be good for national discourse, but they are surface phenomena. And what we need is something much deeper and much more radical than that. And we need a radical shift in consciousness in our entire civilization and our entire culture. And a deep change takes time, like I said, generations. And in a sense, we don't have time, right? Because we're alive now. I'm alive now. You're alive now. Our children will be alive, after us, and so on. And maybe they will not even experience the change that we need in order to get back on track with our entire civilization, our entire culture in the big picture. And chances are that you only have one life, and maybe you won't live to see that change. And so what do we do now? That's the question, because we do have to live now. And in 2020, I was interviewed by a professor of political science at the University of Lisbon. He was contributing to an academic publication that were writing on right-wing intellectuals. And so they were interviewing some people. I was interviewed for that book. They had a chapter about me in that book. And one of the questions that he asked me is, what if you don't succeed in creating ethno-states? Because as all nationalists probably in Europe and in the West, my goal is to create an ethno-state for my people and for ethno-states for Europeans and Europeans in the diaspora, Europeans in the colonies, that nations that are normatively ours again, because we don't really have that anymore. And he said, what if you don't succeed in creating ethno-states? What then? And I think this is a good question, because I don't believe that we will succeed in creating ethno-states in most of Northern Europe or Western Europe anytime soon. And so I'll just read my answer that I gave. And I said like this. I said, I don't expect the overall political situation in the West to improve significantly in the foreseeable future. Perhaps not even within the next generation. I expect that traditionalists and nationalists will form non-political communities similar to how many religious communities function right now, like Pentecostal communities in Scandinavia or Mormon communities in the US. And I said that in many ways, this is already happening on a larger scale. Nationalists have their jobs and duties like everyone else, but in their free time, they talk online to people who share their values. They go on vacation together. They go to conferences together, dinner together. They go to concerts. They start families together. And that was my answer. And that's what I want to talk about today and right now. And one thing that inspired me to talk about this topic is a book that came out, a more recent book that came out in 2020. So I've wanted to give this talk really for about 2 years because I think that it's more suitable for a conference setting rather than just a video that I do. And now we're getting something in between because I'm not really there in person to give a talk. But still, this is the right setting for it, because I do think that this is probably the big topic that we need to talk about and think about. And the thing that inspired me to talk about this is this book that came out in 2020. It's called Retribalize Now. It's written by Edred Thorson, and that's a pseudonym for Stephen Flowers. I'm not doxing him by saying that. He's quite open with that. But he happens to write certain books under one name and certain books under the other. In any case, the book came out in 2020, and since then I really wanted to talk about it, because I do think that this is the big issue, because I think that there is this long-term goal that we have, and I don't think that I will live to see the results of that, and I don't, perhaps not even my children, perhaps not even my grandchildren. We live in very uncertain times, and so we have to live now. What do we do about this? Right? What do we do about the situation that we're in right now? And the answer to that is retribalization. Retribalization, that we create communities like tribes within our countries, and that's how we live our lives. And I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the characteristics that I envision for such tribes and for such communities. And like I said, I'm quite inspired by this book. It's a very short book. It's under 100 pages, so you can read it quite easily. And it's not the final word on the issue, but it's a very inspiring, thought-inspiring issue. And it's a thought-inspiring book, and it can sort of bring up the right issues that you need to think about in order to move on with a project like that, like creating tribes. Okay, so what do we mean by tribes, right? What do we mean by tribes? Now, Edred Thorson, Stephen Flowers, what he means is something very similar to what was tribes back in the day, and very sort of self-sustaining communities, or communities that have a territory, or they live close together, and so on. Now, I'm suggesting something softer, a softer approach than that. I don't think that is quite realistic yet. And so one of the characteristics of these tribes is that it is strictly non-political. So the tribes are strictly non-political. And I understand that right now it's all quite vague what I mean by what I'm talking about, but I think it's going to become a bit more clear as I keep describing it. It's going to be strictly non-political, and what I mean by that is that it's going to have a completely non-confrontational attitude toward the state. It's going to be non-adversarial. It has no it makes no attempt to influence the political process, right? So it doesn't make an attempt to influence how power works in the state. And that's important. And again, I want to compare this to, for example, free churches. I'll talk from a Scandinavian perspective, but I think all countries have something similar, where you have religious communities, for example, that have their own communities, but they're not political groups. They don't try to take over the state or to dominate the state in any way. So in Sweden, for example, in Scandinavia in general, you usually have the state church, and that's the normie church. Everyone is a part of that. Most people are a part of that, the state Lutheran church in Scandinavia. And then you have free churches. And the free churches could be anything from the Seventh-day Adventists to the Salvation Army, Jehovah's Witnesses, the Methodists, the Mormons, the Pentecostal movement, or the Baptist Church. And these communities sort of have a life of their own that overlaps somewhat with the mainstream, but part of it is sort of independent of the mainstream, shall we say. I don't want to compare too much to a thing like the Jehovah's Witnesses, because they tend to have more, that has more of a sort of a cultish connotation. It has more of a cultish. You have more of a cultish association with them. But I want to say that the tribes, because I'm talking about multiple tribes, I'm talking about multiple tribes that will form, and that those are basically communities that celebrate their holidays, their sacred events around the year, like Christmas or other holidays together. They have they probably marry within the group. They probably cooperate around things like childcare, and they have a spiritual cohesion. They believe or they celebrate the same traditions and so on. And some of these tribes will be Christian, some will be Catholic, probably, some will be Protestant, some will be pagan. And so we're talking about multiple tribes within each state. And what is a tribe? A tribe fundamentally is a community of several families, and the size of the tribes can vary. So I'm not going to give you a number of how big the tribes are. But the reason I bring up the free churches is that they are also non-political. Now, if we take America, for example, the Mormons aren't a particularly political group, but you can have a Mormon who is politically involved, like what's his name, Mitt Romney, who ran for president a few years ago. He was a Mormon, and he ran for president. And of course, so you can individuals can be involved in politics, and individuals can be involved in political lobbying and so on. But the tribe itself, the community itself, is strictly non-political. That is, probably most of the people who are involved in the tribe have nothing to do with politics. So that is one thing that is very important, that the tribe is strictly political. It doesn't challenge the political power of the state that it exists in. It's like a free church. It's like a religious community in that respect. So it is non-confrontational, non-adversarial toward the state. And it's also mostly non-territorial. Now, I'm going to talk a bit more about what I mean by mostly non-territorial, but it doesn't seek to dominate a territory of its own. It lives within the state or within the country as pretty much everyone else. But there will be, of course, with various tribes, they will have various levels of non-association, or various levels of distance of detachment from the mainstream, right? So you can imagine that groups, sort of like the Amish, some people always talk about going Amish, that certain groups will have will dress in a way that separates them from the mainstream community. They will live in a territory, or live in they will probably have a plot of land where they live together, and they will have a relatively high level of separation from the mainstream society. They will dress in a way so you can see that they are a separate group, and they will live separately. That's probably something that I imagine that is going to be unusual, but that can definitely happen, sort of like the Amish. And then you have groups, say like Orthodox Jews in the West, right? Orthodox Jews, they don't live in a separate territory. They probably have neighborhoods. I mean, you can imagine that there are neighborhoods in New York or somewhere where there's an overrepresentation of them. They like to live in the vicinity of each other, but they don't have a separate territory. But they dress in a way where you can spot them and say that, okay, that's a group that considers itself to be separate from mainstream society, normal society. And so that is another level of separation. And then you can have things like the Baptist church or the Pentecostal movement or something like that in Sweden, probably Mormons in America, where you don't have a separate territory. You don't dress in a way where other people can see that you belong to a specific community. And so you work together with, so quote unquote normies. You work together with normies. You have a normal career. You live in mixed neighborhoods with other people, and it's very discreet. It's a very discreet form of association with a tribal community. So other people can't really see that you belong to a tribal community, but because you have a normal job, you work together with other people, you live together with other people, and you dress like everyone else. But there's probably sort of a minimum level of tribalism, and that would be things like celebrating holidays together, things like having a sort of a community for the everyday challenges of life, like raising families, like raising childcare, like marrying within the group, celebrating holidays together, having living somewhat near each other, even if you don't have a separate territory, but living somewhat near each other. And so you can cooperate and you can have a living community, because if you don't have a living community, it doesn't really count. It doesn't really count. So what I envision is that there will probably be several levels of separation from the mainstream, from, you know, going from the highest level of separation, which is something like the Amish, to the lowest level of separation, which is something like the Baptists or whatever groups that you know, have their own communities, but live like everyone else in society, but they have their own spiritual communities where they gather. So you have those different levels of separation from the mainstream society. And like I said, so it's strictly non-political, it's non-territorial. So, you know, with the exception of those who want to have a plot of land and live a completely separate lifestyle, that may happen, that may not be allowed by the state, by the mainstream society. And it's also largely informal. And what I mean by largely informal, I mean that, sure, just like religious communities, you'll have some people who are members of a religious community, and they pay a fee, and they pay a sort of a tax, or whatever you want to call it. Probably won't call it a tax, but there's you know, like free churches do, they pay something to the community, so for the upkeep and so on. So you have like a formal membership. But I believe that a lot of people will not be formal members of anything. They will simply gather in these groups and be a part of these communities, celebrate these holidays together, and so they will be informal members of living communities. So there are, I mentioned three central characteristics: strictly non-political, non-territorial, mostly, and largely So that's how I envision this to happen. Not because I think that there is going to be like strictly traditionalist or nationalist cults popping up, but I think that this sort of very low level of community building will be the way things develop in the future, because since the overall state is not going to change, I don't envision that, you know, the UK or France or Sweden or any other country for that matter, America, will reverse its national policies and start looking out for its own people again, do a complete 180 on that issue. I don't see that happening anytime soon. And so the natural development will be that will be a sense of detachment from the political system, and more looking to ourselves as communities, as non-political communities, as living communities and as spiritual, cultural communities. Now, there's a lot that can be said about tribes and about communities like that. And one thing is about religion. And I do envision that all of these communities will have a religious dimension. And I think we can say something about that. And here, I think we have to make a distinction between the way Christians look upon religion and the way that, traditional pagan, pre-Christian society in Europe looked upon religion. The Christians look upon religion in terms of belief, right? You have to believe the right thing. That is, it's something that's going on inside your head that has to be the right thing. And you have to believe a certain way to be a part of this community. Whereas pre-Christian pagan communities was more about practice. It was more about you're a part of this community and you're participating in the community, and that is how you belong to this religious community. Whereas your beliefs are something more private. That's something that's up to you. That's something that we can't control. And I think that's really how these things will develop, because, well, there's a lot of people who are atheists today who don't believe in any religion particularly, and I think that's fine. I think that the way that our ancestors looked upon this was that if you participate in the religious, to do that, you're trouble in a way. I mean, what are you, a sociopath? Don't you want to be a part of the community? Are you sort of there's something strange about people like that, and in a sense that they can't be trusted, right? So I think that is more how religion worked. Is a common practice. It's rituals. It's things like that that simply signal that you belong to a community, and then what you actually believe is more your private matter. So in that sense, I do believe that all such communities will be like religious communities. They will celebrate the holidays together. They will have a sort of a spiritual connection with each other. That's how, which tribe are you going to belong to? Well, it's going to be the ones that you can relate to the most on that level. I think that's mostly how they will be defined. And then another very important point to be made about tribes is that the tribe has no purpose outside of itself. So the tribe has no purpose outside of itself. So if you think about an organization, like a business organization or something like that, it always has a purpose to do something, to sell something, or to create something else, a service or whatever. Or you can think of an organization like the World Economic Forum. They have a purpose to change the world, and they have like an agenda, an ideology, and so on how they will change. How they will change society beyond themselves. I mean, the World Economic Forum isn't just organized in order to change the World Economic Forum. No, that would be pointless for their purposes, because they want to change society around themselves. That's not true for the tribe. The tribe only has one purpose, and that is to look out for the life of the tribe. So it is to build a community for the people who are members of the tribe. It is to create a community for them, to create a spiritual connection, which will, fend off alienation and nihilism, and create fellowship, create cooperation with dealing with the daily challenges of life, of everyday life, helping each other get work and cooperating around the daily life, and keep traditions alive for its members. So the tribe has no goal outside of itself. It doesn't try to change society. It doesn't try to change anything outside of itself. It doesn't have a time plan that by this time we're going to have this or that accomplished. It has no such goals. It only looks out for itself. And another thing is a myth, that a tribe will have a myth, and we could say something about that. A myth isn't necessarily something supernatural or well, a myth can mean many things in everyday language today. It can mean things like a lie or whatever, but a myth in this respect is simply a narrative, a story. So the tribe has a story about itself and what it is about and so on. So it's sort of like communists have their own myths, and liberals have their own myths about society and so on. But this unifying story about that gives meaning to events, that is something that unifies tribes. And what else can we say about the tribes? I had something else that I wanted to mention, and that is groups like this also separates tribes from like gender-specific groups like Männerbund or things like that, because those groups are formed for a specific purpose. They have a specific leadership structure that is intended for that purpose, and so on. And that is not what a tribe is either. So when I'm talking about tribes, I'm not talking about these sort of more sort of groups that are cut off from society, like motorcycle gangs or like things like that, right? That is not what I'm talking about in terms of tribe, because a tribe is more organic than that. It doesn't have that kind of specific purpose. And I think there's a lot of things that we can say about this. But my main message is that I do believe that the goal that we have of changing overall society is very far into the future. And it's something that I don't imagine that I will live to see the results of. And I don't even believe that my children will see the results of that. And okay, yes, we can go to questions very soon. I don't believe that my children will see the results of that. And so we have something that's very far in the future. So how do we live now? Well, I do think that we will organically go in the direction of non-political communities that simply live together. And another point that I want to make, and then we'll go to questions, is that some people might. I can imagine that some listener might hear this and say that this sounds like a sort of a plan B. That okay, so you don't think we can actually change overall society, so we'll just opt out and mind our own business. But I don't believe that. I don't believe that it's a plan B. I think this is the plan A, because even if you can imagine that, a country like Sweden or a country like England or France will start reversing migration policies tomorrow, and will go back to something more like a more ethnically homogeneous society. Well, we're still not part of the same tribe as the sort of the radical left, or many of these sort of globalist utopians or so on. They have a different culture, and we have a culture of our own. And so even if we had completely racially or ethnically homogeneous nations tomorrow, we would still need to form something like tribes where we have a living culture, where we celebrate holidays together, things like that, for a living culture with people that we feel that we have something in common with. And so this is not a plan B. This is something that is very relevant, irrespective of the overall political changes in society. This is something that we need, because this is how human beings have evolved, and this is how we are. This is how our society has functioned for the longest time in our evolutionary history. We are tribal creatures, and so this speech ties in with the talk that I gave last year on the previous edition of this conference about the tribal conquest of Earth, that human beings are hardwired to live in tribes. We're not hardwired to live in multi-million megacities. We're hardwired to live in smaller communities where we have a culture in common and where we have a lot more in common than we have with the sort of individualized, globalized world that we have now. And so there's any amount of things that can be said about this topic, but I'll leave it there, and then we can go to questions. Are there any questions? Okay. Have you looked into pillarization as has existed in the Netherlands or Belgium? These pillars did have a political involvement, unlike the tribes you describe. No, I haven't really looked into that, so not really. And like I said, I think it's absolutely essential that tribes are non-political and have a completely non-adversarial relationship to the state and to the political powers, because the political powers that we have are just paranoid, and so I do think that a very low-key, low level of just non-political community building, that's how we can have something akin to a normal and good and healthy lifestyle for our own people right now, that we don't have to wait for. Okay, is there any other question? Okay, do you think it's useful for people living in Britain, France, etc., to relocate to more ethnically homogeneous countries such as Estonia, Poland, etc.? Well, some people might want to do that, absolutely. But my point is that even if you live in a country like France or Britain, for example, that has a very high number of ethnic foreigners, and that where you might feel alienated, and you live in a city or a town that is sort of becoming minority, where your ethnic group is becoming a minority, you can still live and have a community with your own people. And it's sort of like I don't even know what to compare it to, like Judge Dredd or something. You live, it's a no man's land out there, in a sense, and you have your job, you have your career, but you have a lot of the things that matter to you. You have a living community with people that matter to you, and that's how you can have a quality of life, even though your country as a whole is going in the wrong direction. So, any other questions? All right. It seems like we don't. All right. I'm not really sure what's. Am I supposed to sign off now, or?
Okay, now, yes, excellent. I have a question from here in Estonia. Is that let's say this return to tribalism presupposes a movement to more. So yes, my point is that.
right. All right. It seems like there are no more questions. Well, thank you so much for inviting me. I hope to see you all in person next year. So take care. Thank you.
Okay, so welcome back. We're back from a lunch break, and we're continuing with a quick and short, but nonetheless very sweet presentation or speech from one of our young activists from Blue Awakening. Gemma, please, the floor is yours.
Yes, greetings, fellow nationalists from above and beyond. I will this time be giving a shorter speech than I did the last time I gave a speech, but it will be some things I have been thinking about. I thought very long and hard about what I should make this speech about, but then I also have had these thoughts lately. I thought among the current chaos of the world, I have often found myself thinking about hope and what it takes to fight for a cause as we do. What it is that drives us and gives power to move forward with our cause. It takes three very important things. The first one is faith. Faith in our fundamental values, trusting in them to never falter, never fail us, and keep us strong on our journey. Faith in God and the good in the world that gives you an immeasurable pillar of strength to face your obstacles and do whatever evils and face whatever evils you may come across. And then the other is hope. The immovable hope that will spark your energy when times are bleak. It gives you the ability to move on even when you feel discouraged or beaten, to keep fighting and working for your goals. And the most important one is love. Love that you have in your heart and your soul for your family and friends, your country, your people, and the beauty in the world. Love for nature and everything that is alive, and love for your ancestors and everything that is part of the cycle of life and death. Without it, you are fighting for nothing. Because our fight is not a political one, it is an existential one. Because today we are first and foremost in a spiritual war, a cold and slow burning war that is used to drain our spirits and our life force from us by all and any means of psychological manipulation. To make our spirits so weak that we will not have the strength to defend ourselves when they invade us. The spiritual warfare creates people that are hollow on the inside and have no faith and no hope. No higher purpose or belief that gives them a reason to live. Their souls feel lost, directionless, and are losing their roots, and that hollowness is then filled with modern consumerism. As Rubens said, a tree cannot flourish without its roots, neither can a flower bloom without its roots. And as humans and a nation, we are the same. What are you fighting for? What would you lie down your life and dedicate your spirit to? When I ask myself that question, I think of the land that birthed Estonians. I think of the forests, the fields, the rivers, the sea that has nurtured us for thousands of years. I think of how it has shaped our people and nurtured us, and how we have shaped the land, how we are essentially one with it, protectors of it, It is the sacred land that has birthed beautiful souls as poets, musicians, artists, and creators in all fields, inspired countless writers in the same spirit we hold here today. We are holding that same creative spirit, that life force, that spark in our eyes, that turns into a bright hot flame when we light our torches tomorrow and raise our flags in the name of our country, our fatherland. We must uphold that spirit with morals, honesty, honor. We must be above the fear-mongering of the globalists and pursue our mission with a pure heart and strong will, and not stray on the path of deceit and lies, as the opposite side has. Then we would just be no better. This is what every one of us should keep in mind when pursuing a place in politics, because politics is only a means to an end. When I think of Blue Awakening, I think of it as a cultural and spiritual movement before I think of it as a political movement. It is something that surpasses politics and is involved in the very core, subconscious of the nation. It is a movement formed in a time when we need it the most, to bring together young, talented people, energetic people, with the ability to change the course of our nation's history. We are not only keeping our traditions, conserving them. Our goal is to continue them and connect them with the future. And we must be uncompromising in our values and beliefs. When I think of each of you in this room, I see also that same spark. I also see the vibrant life force, and I see creative souls waiting to find what you really want to do, how to contribute to the awakening of your nations, how to make a good future for your children and our land. We must just find that drive in us, keep faith in our hearts, always. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that inspirational speech, Gemma. Now, as I see our next guest has already arrived, we're going to be moving a bit forward on our schedule, slightly earlier than anticipated. But without further ado, I would like to welcome Olena Semeniaka of the Intermarium support group, and I will put her onto the big stage in a few moments.
Dear conference participants, can you hear me well? May I start my conversation with you? Please give me a feedback. It seems that everything is all right. So I'm very grateful to Ruben and Eino for the invitation. I'm glad to continue the living tradition of annual participation in the Etnofutur conference cycle for the 6th year. It takes place in Tallinn, in Estonia, and gathers the best minds, not only from the region, but all over the world. So again, it's a pleasure and an honor to be with you here on this quite difficult for Ukraine day, and not only day, but I would say a period. The title of my speech is From the National to the Regional Awakening, Russian Threat as a Trigger of Intermarium. Intermarium, I would say, is a content topic of my speeches at Etnofutur conference cycle for understandable reasons. I believe that this is not only the current historical reality, which is taking shape in front of our eyes, but also the future and an answer to many challenges of today, an answer which we can firmly offer not only to our neighbors, but to the rest of the world. At the moment, I know that entire world attention is concentrated on what is going on in Ukraine, and many believe in this struggle as a chance for the rebirth of not only Ukraine, but I would say the entire Eastern and Central Europe, the region which we basically call Intermarium. Today I represent NGO Intermarium Support Group, but I also have positive news to you. I also started a cooperation with one of the biggest parliamentary groups in the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, in the Ukrainian parliament. It is called Intermarium Caucus. It was founded by MP Sviatoslav Jurash, I would say a representative of the conservative wing of the ruling Servant of the People, Sluga Narodu in Ukrainian party. And it means that Intermarium agenda receives state support in Ukraine. Many people's deputies from all the factions, from different parties, get more and more interested in this project of regional integration. And it opens many opportunities for interparliamentary projects, for organizing the events with the participation of MPs from EKRE and from other parties that would be interested in such cooperation. And overall, it provides opportunities for bringing our projects to the next level as the parliamentary extension of our initiatives. And not so long ago, Sviatoslav Jurash also received a letter of support from the Baltic Assembly. He is also the chairman of the Ukrainian delegation to Guam. It's another regional organization uniting Georgia, Ukraine, Moldova, and Azerbaijan. And also the same letter of support was sent to the Nordic Council. I mentioned before this structure as a role model for regional integration, especially for Ukraine, which has a non-aligned, non-bloc status. Actually, now we have the status of the partner of NATO with enhanced opportunities. But anyway, we understand that we stand alone facing Russian aggression at the moment. So Nordic Council offers quite a flexible model for regional integration for Ukraine, because this interparliamentary organization unites countries that are subjects of different political and military blocs. For instance, Norway, member of NATO, not member of the European Union. Sweden, member of European Union, not member of NATO, and so on and so forth. So it means that Ukraine could also become a member of a formal regional alliance, regardless of its non-bloc status. And at the moment, I can enlist many such structures and organizations, which shows that regional integration is really on the agenda today. Let's count them. For instance, a 3 Seas initiative uniting 12 EU member states. Ukraine would join it a long time ago, but we're not a member state of the European Union. Visegrad 4, Bucharest 9, Eastern Partnership, Guam, Nordic Council, Lublin Triangle, uniting Poland, Ukraine, and Lithuania. Maybe I forgot something, but anyway, I think it's enough to understand that regional integration can become a real reality in the quite near future. And also I can mention some security units. First of all, Litpol Ukrbrik, Lithuanian, Ukrainian, Polish Brigade, Battalion Tisa, which also includes Romania, Division North, Estonia, Denmark, Latvia. By the way, when we recently discussed the crisis on the Belarusian border, we also considered an opportunity of inviting Litpol Ukrbrik to sort out this crisis. At the moment, such multinational brigades have no legal right, no opportunity to participate in military conflicts, for instance, to help Ukrainians in Donbass. But we discuss again the possibility of changing their legal status, because they undergo training, they know how to coordinate their efforts. So it's quite natural that the Ukrainians raise the issue of how they can use the potential of such multinational regional brigades. And also our defense minister once made a statement in which he said that Litpol Ukrbrik soldiers could participate in hotspots around the world, including in Syria, and then they could gain experience in Ukraine. But honestly speaking, Ukraine has now the biggest in Europe army, which has real military experience. So I would say that it is Ukrainian soldiers who can teach the rest of the world how to handle such complicated issues as Russian hybrid warfare. I mean, hybrid because, of course, it's real military aggression, but at the same time, it's an attack on all the levels, economical, energy, and of course, first of all, information level. I mean, different kinds of propaganda aimed at proving that Ukraine is a failed state, and so on and so forth. You know it very well in the Baltic states. So even NATO instructors, Canadian instructors who managed to come to Ukraine, they also admitted that it is them who learn from the Ukrainian soldiers and officers, not vice versa. So it means that such multinational brigades should, in my opinion, change their legal status. And I believe that they can help Ukraine in its ongoing warfare with the Russian Federation, and also help our neighbors reinforce their defense capabilities, because it is obvious that Russian security threat is not aimed only at Ukraine, but at the entire region. So my short first update was about the possibilities of the Intermarium Caucus in the Ukrainian parliament. And I believe that such parliamentary groups can be also created in other parliaments, in Estonian, for instance, just like the international platform, Crimean platform, started creating parliamentary groups in other parliaments in the region, in Estonia, in Latvia. And it can become a new coordination platform for our efforts. In this case, parliamentary and interparliamentary. Many ask what's going on in Ukraine right now. Well, the war was going on. It has been going on for 80 years. So the fact that the West started noticing that there is war in Ukraine only now is quite amusing. But anyway, it has real grounds because we expected, but still we didn't believe till the last moment that President of the Russian Federation, Putin, will recognize independence of the so-called LNR and DNR, separatist republics in Donbass, occupied territories of the Luhansk and Donetsk regions, so-called Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republics. So something changed definitely in the moods of the Ukrainians. Many schools teach the pupils how to live and the bomb shelter if the capital of Ukraine will be under attack. So before, such a wide concern of the Ukrainian citizens was not the case. But now everything changed. Reservists get ready for war. So today the Ukrainian parliament offered to introduce martial law in the Luhansk and Donetsk regions of Ukraine. Parts of these regions are occupied by so-called LNR and DNR, but if something starts in those occupied territories, the rest of these regions should be prepared. Because you know that Putin not only recognized these quasi-formations as sovereign, independent states, and initiated the creation of establishment of diplomatic relations with them, he also allowed the Russian Federation to use its troops beyond the borders of Russia, which means in these LNR and DNR republics. And also he signed an agreement with them about the mutual protection, defense, and help. Well, we understand that Russia is going to help them in military respect, and Russian troops that were concentrated on the border of Ukraine, part of these troops have already entered those LNR and DNR. And you also probably know that Russia and Ukraine accuse each other constantly about the violation of the Minsk peace agreements. Well, now these Minsk agreements are officially closed. They are no longer valid because they supposed the no-fire regime between Ukraine and those separatist republics, and Russia was beyond the brackets as a party, as a side that officially does not take part in the conflict, although everyone knows who was the state sponsoring terrorism in those republics. But anyway, now after Russia has recognized independence of these LNR and DNR, Minsk peace agreements no longer exist. So, but before this recognition took place, Russia and Ukraine constantly accused each other of violation of these Minsk agreements, and we record, I mean, Ukraine, many provocations on the side of the DNR and LNR, and you know that the West expects that one of these provocations will be so global that the full-scale war will start between Ukraine and Russia, which may eventually lead to the Third World War. So I cannot say that it's not possible, because shelling takes place all the time. And also when we if we listen to Putin's latest speech, in which he recognized independence of LNR and DNR, it is not clear what are the borders of these republics. Official state institutions of the Russian Federation started clarifying these issues, but still, and they said that, well, it means the borders of those LNR and DNR as it has been accepted as of today. But some MPs, Russian MPs, they say that the entire territories of Luhansk and Donetsk regions should be included in those pseudo-state formations, which again means further violation of Ukrainian territorial integrity. And since the rest of the world, apart from the series of Russian satellite RAG states, does not recognize those LNR and DNR, the fact that Russia sent its troops to the occupied territories of Donbass is already perceived by the world as a Russian invasion of Ukraine, not by means of some satellite separatist republics, but straight, direct, official Russian invasion of Ukraine. And of course, it's very eloquent that the countries of the region, of the intermediate region, were unequivocal in their support for Ukraine. They did not, of course, recognize LNR and DNR. There are some states that are supposed to be Russian allies or more or less friendly to Russia due to gas trade, energy dependence, or some other issues. For instance, Hungary, at first, it was hesitant to support the rest of the world in its condemnation of Putin's move, but then Prime Minister Viktor Orban made it clear that Hungary supports Western sanctions. And criticism of Putin's decree. Serbia, also not even brother of Russian people, as it is often considered on the international arena. Vučić said that, yes, he's shocked by such developments, and it's a very complicated situation, and it may lead to similar developments in the Western Balkans. But probably he remembers very well that Ukraine didn't recognize independence of Kosovo, so he knows that if he supports Russia 100%, it may also entail quite complicated consequences for Serbia. Kazakhstan, after this kind of half cup, half revolution, which we witnessed not so long ago, also did not support independence of LNR and so-called LNR and DNR. And when we talk about countries like Poland and Baltic states, of course, they were the most enthusiastic in their support for Ukraine. As for the rest of the world, well, we understand that the position of the United States, France, Germany, Italy is also totally pro-Ukraine. China, which is not surprising, but still, of course, it called for peaceful settlement of the conflict, diplomatic solutions. But China, again, officially did not recognize independence of these republics. India, Brazil, also we're talking about peaceful solutions, diplomatic decisions, and countries like Japan we know the story with the Kuril Islands, the northern territories of Japan. It is just like Ukraine. This is the country that has official territorial claims to Russia, because these territories, they belong to Japan. So Japan was also quite enthusiastic in its support for Ukraine, and also called for the introduction of imposition of further sanctions on Russia. So the situation is quite clear. We know that when Georgia adopted the course to enter NATO in 28th, and Russia started similar hybrid warfare in the territory of Georgia, which resulted in the formation of similar quasi-state separatist formations of Ossetia and Abkhazia. We already knew that such a scenario may repeat in other countries of the region. One of the Polish presidents also warned us about him, and we know that he's dead now. And this investigation of his fate was also one of the main national ideas in Poland for years. And now his prophecy, again, turns out to be real. What was perceived as just a conflict a few years ago now is fairly considered to be a war that may lead to a full-scale war, to even to a third world war. And we know that such a scenario can also eventually happen in the Baltic states. First of all, in Latvia, which has quite a big Russian-speaking minority in Riga, first of all, and in Estonia, of course, we cannot exclude it. So hybrid scenarios in other countries of the region, even in Poland, are possible, and Russian Federation's propaganda machine has been actively working not only in Ukraine for all these years, but also in the Baltic states, and even in Poland, the state which can hardly be considered a failed state, but still such narratives were quite spread in the pro-Kremlin Polish media as well, especially those media that started to ignite historical wars between Ukraine and Poland, and again to weaken the solidarity and unity of the intermarine countries. Actually, we may enlist several factors that were a kind of warning signals for the preparation of full-scale aggression in the intermarine region. First of all, of course, this is Belarus, and as of today, failed Belarusian Maidan, as we may call it. It was suppressed, as you know. I have many friends who are in prison now in Belarus, and we try to improve their fate. Not so long ago, on behalf of Intermarine Support Group, me and my colleagues held the event of Ukrainian prisoners in the occupied territories of Donbass, and of course, many of them are still in Crimea and in the Russian Federation. Many of these people are not actually political soldiers or even activists. Many of them were just businessmen who were sent to prison by the separatist leaders. Many of them who returned to Ukraine, who were exchanged for some Russian prisoners. They leave quite bright evidence about Russian military who were interrogating them in those prisons. But now, after Russian troops have entered Donbass, nobody has any doubts about Russian involvement in all those events. But before it was an important evidence and witness. Many witnesses who could officially prove that there is involvement of Russian military and political personnel in the developments in occupied territories of Donbass. So I keep monitoring the situation, the condition of those prisoners, and I believe that the fates of Ukrainian and Belarusian prisoners should be considered together, side by side. It's a good practice that many Belarusian political prisoners have defenders in the European Parliament, those who constantly remind their colleagues that there are people who are in prison, who received huge sentences, and something should be done about it. I believe that Ukrainian prisoners should also be mentioned in all those official meetings of the European Council and the European Parliament in general. And I will also keep you updated about the steps that were taken in this direction. There is an International Day of Ukrainian prisoners in Russia, February 24th, I think. So, of course, we don't forget about it. Failed Belarusian revolution. It was an important signal that Russia is going to take further steps in the region. You know the story about the so-called Union State, according to which Belarus, in fact, becomes the subject of the Russian Federation. They hold a military training at the border of Ukraine together, and there is not such a big distance to the capital of Ukraine, Kiev, from the Ukrainian-Belarusian border. So, in fact, we lost Belarus as an important member of Inter-Marian Alliance, and now its territory is used by Russia as its own military range, which is open anytime for any hybrid scenarios aimed against Ukraine. Before, Lukashenko was trying at least to pretend to be neutral. Minsk agreements were also initiated and supported by Belarus, but now it is also clear that Belarus, at least for a decade, is lost for integration processes in the region, and we also understand that Russia started choosing fast scenarios that can again hasten consolidation of the, I would say, before we could talk about neo-Soviet revanchism of the Russian Federation, but now after Putin's official appeals, it is more logical to talk about Russian neo-imperialist state, because if you read the article, official article by Putin, which was uploaded on the website of the Russian Federation of the Kremlin in summer of 2021, he said that he considers Ukraine, Belarus, and Russia as a single historical space. Belarusian, Ukrainian, Russian peoples are one people. So it's not, this rhetoric is not new at all, but it was formalized. It was spread across the globe in a written form. And in this article, he also developed his vision of historical memory, starting with the Kiev and Rus times, of course, and ending with the current involvement of the West in the revolutionary processes in Ukraine and Belarus. So in this article, he already started criticizing Bolsheviks, and he, at the moment in the latest appeal in which he recognized independence of the LNR and DNR, he also said that, well, you wanted de-Sovietization, you wanted decommunization, meaning Ukraine, of course, so I will show you what real decommunization means. And in this latest appeal, he criticized Bolsheviks. He said that Ukraine was created artificially, modern Ukraine, I mean, that Bolsheviks, first of all, Lenin, granted independence to the former parts of the Russian Empire in order to maintain power, that parts of Romania, Hungary were also artificially incorporated in the territory of Ukraine, Crimea, of course, meaning Khrushchev's gift to Ukraine. And he basically claimed that it was the merit of Bolsheviks that Ukrainian patriots received such broad opportunities for claiming autonomy and then independence of the Ukrainian state from the former Russian Empire. So such trends have been already palpable in that historical article that summarized developments in the Belarusian Maidan, Belarusian Revolution. It was the first warning signal to us. The second, of course, was the certification of the Nord Stream 2 bypassing the territory of Ukraine. Many Ukrainians were shocked that Germany supported Nord Stream 2, and especially shocked when Biden also gave a green light to it. Again, for us, it's not news that Western countries, they are rivals with Russia in terms of spheres of geopolitical interest, but of course they often do not care that much about the fate of our countries, the fate of Ukraine. So those who have been developing intermarium integration for years were not surprised at all at this position of the German government and new American presidential administration. And we were going to hold the conference on energy security in Eastern Europe, energy alternatives for Ukraine. Of course, it is still relevant, but now, after Putin recognized the independence of LNR and DNR, you know that the certification of the Nord Stream 2 was blocked by Germany. So at least now, activities against this pipeline are no longer on the agenda. But still, it was an important signal that, again, we can count only on ourselves when facing Russian aggression. And third signal is, I would say, the failed Afghanistan campaign, which showed the world that America is no longer the world's policeman. Yeah, that again, if we want to change something in our region, if we want to defend ourselves, this is a task for us. And no Western alliances can fight for us when we face Russian aggression or any other threats like that in the future. Of course, Russia constantly mentions the NATO's expansion into the east as a pretext for its own like defensive measures. Again, Ukraine is not a part of NATO. There are only discussions about such possibilities in the future. And Putin now demands that Ukraine officially refuses from the prospect of entering NATO, that Ukraine recognizes independence of Crimea, and that Ukraine starts its demilitarization. So you can imagine we face the hybrid warfare of Russia. Now we face its direct military invasion. Many Ukrainian prisoners are still held captive in those occupied territories of Donetsk and Luhansk regions. We lost Crimea, and at the same time, while we trying to find the funds in order to reinforce further Ukrainian army, we hear from Putin that Ukraine should get demilitarized. I wonder to what extent. So as you see, such demands are completely unrealistic. And again, the official reason for military aggression on the part of the Russian Federation is that Ukraine considers an opportunity of entering NATO in the future. Again, there are no doubts about the goals of the Kremlin when we read attentively those historical articles and listen to the latest video appeal by Putin. It's quite these documents are quite interesting because we do not face some kind of economic agenda or some superficial geopolitical speculations. No, Putin offers us quite a coherent historical view according to which Ukraine has never had any real traditions of statehood. And of course, you may firmly substitute Ukraine with the title of any Baltic state or any other country of the region, because Putin will develop such a narrative regardless of whether it's Ukraine or Estonia or Lithuania. We understand that there is only one country in the region that has real traditions of statehood, and this is Russia, and all the others are just a kind of buffer zone, a kind of puppets of the West, and so on and so forth. You may find these articles, translations of these articles and appeals in English. And yes, Putin makes it clear that we were together when we talk about Ukraine, Belarus, and Russia. Then the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, like western part of this world, fell under influence of the West, Catholicism, and the results of this split are still visible in Ukraine's division into West and East Ukraine. East Ukraine is striving towards Russia, whereas West Ukraine is striving towards the West. Again, it's not true. Many Russian-speaking Ukrainians identify themselves as Ukrainians, and we cannot say that they are extremely pro-Western. They care about Ukrainian fate, and they do not fall under these fake dichotomies imposed by Putin. But anyway, his central statement is that there are no real tradition of statehood, and you have only one choice. Either you're a subject of the Russian Federation or a friendly state that fulfills strategical demands of the Russian Federation, or you're a Western puppet that can be a playground for the hybrid warfare because you have no value on your own. So in our case, I mean, Ukraine, I would say that such a quick historical challenge is a kind of, well, not blessing, but again, the kind of opportunity to overcome this crisis and to achieve long anticipated national rebirth, because again, we have no choice. So we have no time to think, we have to act. And it's quite good that again, Putin formalized and made official and public everything we have suspected before. So we have official geopolitical doctrine of the Russian Federation, official policy of historical memory, which denies national identity and tradition of statehood of Ukraine and potentially all the other regions, countries. And Ukraine now face official military aggression of the neighbor. So what can we do now? Well, the easiest scenario is that Ukraine, the big European state, the biggest in this part, if we do not count European part of Russia, it can transform into something like Israel. I mean, the country that is constantly ready for war, the country that spends huge parts of the budget on the development of the army, that constantly trains reservists. And these kind of developments are quite realistic. But first of all, and that is why I'm talking to you today, I believe that we should consolidate our efforts. And in my opinion, further integration of the intermediate countries is something which is dictated by history itself. Something which started happening in the Ukrainian Maidan, I mean, national awakening, it naturally leads to the regional awakening, to the emergence of the regional self-conscious, self-understanding as the bigger historical and geopolitical entity that can and should decide its destiny on its own. Many of those who observe the developments in Ukraine, they feel a bit alienated from them because they see that the West has its own agenda, has its own interests in this part of the world, that the West do not truly care about Ukraine or other region's country. And that is why some people say that it's not my war. I understand why Putin is worried about NATO's expansion. I understand why the West supports Ukraine, because it has its own interests in Eastern Europe. And if we compare like two global empires, I do not believe that there are some real grounds why I should support Ukraine and the Western part. But again, such a way of thinking is obviously false, because Ukraine has changed over the years. I can personally also agree with the fact that since gaining of independence from the Soviet Union, Ukraine had no real subjectivity on the international arena, but now such challenges, such threats, they really change the conscience of Ukrainian people. Our army really gets stronger, and step by step, we will rebuild the entire political vertical in Ukraine. And I also believe that such challenges will change everything in the neighboring countries. Poland, Finland, other region states, they started developing territorial defense since the very beginning of the war with Russia in 2014. And now we know that everything from politics to military will also start changing rapidly, not only in Ukraine, but in the entire region. And it is very important. I started my speech with this fact. It is very important to create parliamentary groups like Intermediate Caucus of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, and initiate at the highest state level the demand of the further integration of the region, further uniting of our defense capabilities, further common search for energy alternatives to the Russian gas, further common efforts to consolidate us culturally, to exclude the possibility of historical wars like those that were happening between Poland and Ukraine a few years ago. And by the way, I also work on the project of the regional historical memory, like a kind of superstructure that will be built over national policies of historical memory. Again, in case of Poland and Ukraine, two institutes of national memory have been clashing with each other, and also imposing some legislative limitations in view of this or that national historical narrative. So in my opinion, and maybe I will dedicate in the future a separate talk to this topic, because now again there are some more urgent practical issues, but such an enterprise, in my opinion, is crucial for their intermediate integration. So in the future, I will talk more about it. This is a project of the regional historical memory, and accordingly, the creation of the Institute of Regional Memory that will consult with all the national institutes of national memory, and will develop together with the representatives our historical narrative that will help us to overcome the divisions of the past, and again will help us to become stronger. So these steps, in my opinion, should be our response to the ongoing hybrid warfare. And in this case, if the emerging geopolitical reality of intermediate becomes visible to the rest of the world, we will no longer consider all those fake dichotomies and divisions, like whom do you support in this conflict, the West or Russia? We would not consider such questions for a very simple reason, because we will deal with our own geopolitical and historical reality of intermedium as a third force, as a global actor on the geopolitical map of the world. And the aforementioned articles and appeals by Russian President Putin are also, in my opinion, quite a good sign in in a sense that our current conflicts and ambitions, they achieve a powerful humanitarian basis. It means that we may no longer disguise our goals. We may also issue our own manifestos, how we see our regional unity, how we see our historical mission. United Countries of Intermarium can easily publish our own response to the President of the Russian Federation and show our vision of the historical developments in the region, in Ukraine, and also we can easily prove that it's no longer the matter of choice between Russia and the West. It is the matter of self-understanding, self-awakening of the regional consciousness of the Intermarium entity that can defend itself, can establish its own diplomatic relations and the most ambitious projects with other parts of the world, and definitely can defend itself from the ongoing aggression of the Russian Federation as a threat that will definitely go further to the West if Ukraine falls. But I may assure you that the morale is quite high in Ukraine. I would say that the first politicians who left Ukraine were the members of pro-Russian parties. As always, ideally they should have welcomed further Russian invasion and should have stayed in Kiev, again welcoming their bigger brother. But no, they were the first to emigrate, to leave Ukraine, and to say that this is not our war. Whereas the others, they are quite calm. I cannot say that there is panic among the regular Ukrainian citizens, and members of different parties, they also quite united in their determination to repel a Russian attack. So in this respect, the virus of nationalism, as Putin calls it, it really spread all over the factions of the Ukrainian parliament, with some minor exceptions, and everyone is ready to produce together the response to the ongoing Russian warfare. Again, Putin shows that after Maidan revolution, some narrow anti-Russian nationalists, and it destroys everything Russian in Ukraine, destroys Russian language in schools, bans everything related to Russia culturally. Well, there is only, I would say that we can trace some kind of such developments in the previous years in times of the presidential term of Petro Poroshenko, who proclaimed that the slogan of his presidential campaign is army, language, and faith. And indeed, he initiated legislative measures that will limit languages of other national minorities and cultural autonomy of other national minorities in Ukraine. Current president of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, he continued such developments, but still offered, at least proclaimed bigger, wider opportunities for the national minorities in Ukraine. But anyway, the way Putin represents the cultural situation in Ukraine is far-fetched, definitely. And today, again, many different parties, organizations unite their efforts in order to elaborate a solid response to Putin's portrayal of Ukrainian political course. And definitely it is not true that there is a suppression of everything related to Russia in Ukraine. Many politicians are bilingual, even Russian speaking, and still they are patriots of Ukraine, and they spread the real spread the information about the real cultural situation in Ukraine all over the globe. So in this respect, we can agree with Putin's statement that there is a virus of nationalism in Ukraine spreading all over the country, only ironically to a limited extent. And in a positive respect, it means that we became more mature, that Ukrainian national identity is being forged precisely thanks to such black and white challenges posed by Russia and consciously or unconsciously by the West. So I'm again quite optimistic. Definitely Ukraine will face big problems economically, and if war further expands, if Putin targets eastern Ukrainian cities like Kharkiv or southern cities like Odessa and Mariupol, of course it will affect the rest of the country, especially Mariupol or Odessa. If he at least partially invades these cities and manages to cut off south of Ukraine, I mean access to the Black Sea, the Sea of Azov, if he connects Russia's Rostov Oblast with the gray zone, Russia-controlled zone in Moldova, Transnistria, of course, it will be a huge danger for Ukraine in terms of military strategy. But now Ukrainian army is prepared. It's not 2014's year. It will be extremely hard for the Russian army to move through Ukrainian cities. The army, the soldiers are prepared, not only volunteers who basically had no weapons will meet Russian army, but professional, trained, experienced soldiers. And in this respect, I'm not, I would not say not optimistic, but I believe that we should not expect blitzkrieg, as some Western media write about Russian possibilities of Russian army in case of a full-scale war between Ukraine and Russia. So to sum up, I again believe that there is a window of opportunities in Ukraine and in the region. Such developments were expected, and we, those who were talking about the Intermarium Alliance for years, are not surprised at all. We are prepared, and we also try to consolidate our region in the information field. And if I started with the positive news about the creation of the parliamentary extension of Intermarium in the Ukrainian Verkhovna Rada, I would like to end my speech with positive news about the creation of the regional media Intermarium. Its horizon, I would say, is something like the Ukrainian alternative to Russia Today. So now it begins as an initiative of the volunteers who want to keep the world updated about the developments in Ukraine. But in the future, it will grow into something bigger, into the system, into the media empire that will unite TV programs, journalism, blog communities, everything that we see when we consider such global news agencies as Russia Today or other Russia propagandistic tools like Sputnik and Pogrom, you know them. So if you see while scrolling in the social networks something like Intermarium Today, join these pages, join the crew of the administrators, contact me. and let's work together on the development of our own regional media, our common information space. The idea is very simple. Ukrainian page posts the updates about the situation in Ukraine in English, and the volunteers from the regional branches, they translate these updates to their national languages, share their own news, and in this way we spread the awareness about what is going on in Ukraine and what can realistically happen in the neighboring countries. And we also fight against the disinformation and fakes that are dangerous in the sense that they can thanks to such disinformation strategies on the part of the Russian Federation, our neighbors and partners often miss real dangers because they're used to reading disinformation fakes, and they feel quite relaxed when something really dangerous happens in reality. So such simple goals of this media are quite understandable, but the main goal is shaping our own regional conscious, our common information space, because I mentioned before different proto-structures of intermedium, like 3Cs initiative, infrastructural project, different security formats like LitPol, Ukrbrig, division norms. But what really makes intermedium, what really gives it flesh and blood is, of course, common information space. So I invite all of you to join us in this matter and to facilitate the development of this geopolitical and historical regional entity. It doesn't take much from you. And this is the invitation to the
You can hear me now? All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I gather that you can hear me. I cannot hear you, so it is a little bit disconcerting. I apologize for my old age in these matters, but I think I've finally figured this out. It is a great honor and pleasure to take part in this 6th Ethnofutur conference. I had a wonderful time at a similar conference in 2019. And I am delighted that my good friends Frode Midjord, Olena Semenyaka, and Dan Root are taking part. And of course, I'm very sorry not to be there to greet my good friend Ruben Kallap. So congratulations to Estonia on your National Day. I know that the United States is a country that many of you follow with great interest, and you are very knowledgeable about my country. But I'd like to say a few things about what I consider to be a kind of mass insanity that has swept the United States. As you know, the United States is a source of many terrible poisons that make life difficult for the entire world. And so it's important for all of you, all of my fellow Europeans, to understand some of the causes and the consequences of the craziness that is to be found in the United States. Now, it seems to me that at the very basis of the current state of craziness in America is the refusal to understand one fundamental and basic fact. And that is the basic fact of racial differences. In the United States, it's fashionable now, and it has become fashionable in many parts around the world, to pretend that race is some kind of psychological optical illusion, that it is not a real thing. It's a social construct. Of course, race is a biological fact. The races have evolved separately for, in some cases, 150, maybe even 200,000 years. And so the differences here are buried deep in our genes. Now, the most important racial difference in the United States that causes the most problems is the racial difference between Black Americans and white Americans. Black Americans, on average, have an IQ, an intelligence quotient of 85 compared to 100 for whites. This is a phenomenon that has been very, very carefully studied for over a century. The races behave differently as a consequence. And if you look at simply the intelligent aspect of the racial differences between blacks and whites, it means that at an IQ of 110 or greater, when you can begin to make a contribution to a society, there are 7 times on a per capita basis. Whites are 7 times more likely than blacks to have an IQ of 110 or higher. And when it comes to IQs of 125, when you can make a genuinely significant contribution, white people are 30 times more likely to have an IQ in that range compared to blacks. Now, I would also point out that, of course, blacks and whites are not the only group in the United States. We also have East Asians who have slightly higher IQs than whites, and we also have a large number of Hispanics who are intermediary between blacks and Hispanics. Intermediary between blacks and whites. Now, the differences in the races, and again, these are very, very well-established facts, include not just differences in intelligence, but differences in temperament. And one of the most important and best studied is differences in impulsiveness. That is to say, the ability to defer gratification now and to plan ahead. And a very easy way to test this in children is simply to give a small child, a piece of candy and say, I'm going to leave you alone with this piece of candy for 10 minutes. Now, if I come back and you have not eaten this piece of candy, then I will give you 2 more pieces of candy. But if you eat the candy while I'm gone, then that's it. No more candy for you. And there are clear racial differences in how willing a child is to not eat the piece of candy before him in the hope of getting 2 pieces of candy more in the future. And whites are clearly more willing to defer gratification than blacks. Asians are slightly more willing to defer gratification than whites. And Hispanics, once again, intermediary between whites and blacks. This ability to plan for the future is a very important factor in success or failure in any society. And the lower likelihood of blacks doing so contributes greatly to the differences in the outcomes that we see in their behavior in the United States today. One of the most obvious differences in outcome in the United States has to do with crime. Crime, especially violent crime, is associated with a lower IQ and a lower ability to defer gratification. A kind of smash and grab now mentality, impulsiveness, is highly associated with violent crime. Such that in the United States today, the murders in America are committed by blacks at a rate of 10 times the white rate. As a consequence, blacks, who are 13% of the population, commit 60% of the murders in my country. This is really an extraordinary difference, and it is consistent from year to year. When it comes to the violent crime of robbery, blacks are 15 times more likely to commit this than whites. Also, it is not just in crime, it is in all aspects of society that we see these important differences between the races. For example, poverty. Blacks and also Hispanics are far more likely to be poor than whites. Also, in the case of illegitimacy, a couple having children without being married. The black illegitimacy rate in the United States is now nearly 80%. This is extraordinary. And there are parts of American society, black areas in large cities, where marriage has disappeared. No one is married, and no one even knows anyone who is married. The idea of being married is an alien concept, and some blacks will tell you getting married, that's for white people. 80% of all children born in the United States who are black are illegitimate. In the case of Hispanics, the figure is 57%. That is also a very high rate. Whites, 30%, which is bad enough. Asians, 27%. So again, we see this consistent difference. Blacks, Hispanics, whites, Asians, and this has a huge, huge consequence for the future of America. A child who is born out of wedlock, reared without a father, is far more likely, all other things being equal, to end up dropping out of school, being a criminal, and being no contributor at all to the success of a society. And I will tell you just one statistic that will give you a very important idea of what the future holds for the United States. As you know, whites, which used to be a 90% majority in the United States, have dwindled through massive non-white immigration and also through higher rates of childbirth of non-whites. And whites overall are expected to be a minority in the United States by the year 2040, maybe perhaps 2045. And when it comes to the population under age 18, whites are already a minority. The idea of a white America is drifting away quite rapidly. But this one statistic about the future is this. By the time blacks, whites, Asians, and Hispanics become seniors in high school, that is the 12th grade, the last year in high school, by then a certain number of Hispanics and blacks have already dropped out. But those who remain are performing academically 4 years behind the performance of whites and Asians. It's a difference of 4 years. Now, the idea that we are going to build a first world economy and have a major impact on the world with a substantial and growing population that is already 4 years behind academically in high school is utter craziness. Now, the problem with the United States is that we refuse officially to understand these facts, to understand that there are substantial racial differences and that these racial differences are grounded very substantially in biological facts. We insist that that is not the case. So the United States operates officially according to the following set of rules. The official view is that all races are equally intelligent, equally hardworking, equally able to defer gratification and to plan for the future. Therefore, if Blacks, as I explained, and Hispanics to a lesser degree, are less successful in American society, there can be only one explanation. And of course, that explanation is racism, racist whites. However, who are these racist white people? The United States is always looking very hard for anyone who can be strung up as one of the bad white people who is making life miserable for Blacks, but they are almost impossible to find. Who in America gets up in the morning and spits on his hands and rolls up his sleeves and says, how am I going to make life miserable for Black people today? Nobody is doing this. And so, because it is so difficult to find people who can, in fact, be accused of racism, the United States has invented crazy ideas, systemic racism, institutional racism. In other words, you don't have to find individuals who are racist. Somehow there is this racism floating in the air in American institutions, and that is contributing to the problems of non-whites. Some of you may remember that when Joe Biden was elected to the United States, and at the time of his inaugural address, he said that of all the things he talked about as problems for the United States, white supremacy and institutional racism were the subjects he talked about for the longest time. He didn't talk about COVID, the economy, foreign affairs nearly as much as he talked about the problems of white people. And he promised to root out institutional racism in America. And as I said, there is this huge demand to find individual whites who are doing bad things to people of other races. And that's why whenever there is some kind of ambiguous situation, especially with a white police officer and a Black criminal, then the cry grows out, here's an example, here's a wicked white person. In fact, these days in the United States, any white person who is not constantly apologizing for being white is potentially part of this terrible problem. Now, the insanity goes even further. It goes to the point of unconscious racism. White people are supposed to be making things terrible for non-whites in the United States unconsciously. They're not even doing it deliberately. This is often called colorblind racism. Even white people who are trying very hard, and most do try very hard to treat everyone equally, they are guilty of colorblind racism. The whole idea of what was called the civil rights movement in the United States in the 1950s was that everyone was going to be an American. Nobody was going to be Black or white or anything else. We were all going to dismantle any sense of racial solidarity and work together as individuals. And white people tried very hard, and many of them did exactly that. But while white people were dismantling their sense of racial identity, Blacks were building theirs up stronger and stronger and stronger. Now white people are being told, no, treating everyone equally is not good enough. You have to take everyone's race into consideration. And if white people do not understand and appreciate and value the race of other people, they are being racist. I'm sure that some of you have heard of critical race theory. This is very popular in the United States now, but the theory is that whites are inherently oppressors. There's something about white people that makes them oppressors and wicked people, whether they like it or not. This is something that is built into them. Increasingly, the idea in the United States is that whites must transform themselves in order for non-whites to get ahead. Whites can try to be anti-racist, and they can try all their lives, but they will never succeed. All the great gurus of anti-racism will tell you that. Whites can spend the rest of their lives trying to be anti-racist, but they can never succeed in being, in fact, non-racist. So that is the fate for whites. Either they are anti-racist or racist. They can never succeed and become completely non-racist. Now, one thing that I found that I think is an excellent example of the kind of cuckoo thinking that goes into this was a slogan that was common during the George Floyd riots. And the slogan was, "White silence is violence." The idea that white people, simply by saying nothing, are committing violence against non-whites. Where could this crazy idea come from? It's almost as if white people have superpowers, even in their sleep. When they're not saying things to help Black people, they are committing violence. In fact, the more you think about this, the idea that by unconscious thoughts, white people are oppressing Blacks and Hispanics, this almost treats Blacks in the most insulting way. It's a strange sort of white supremacy almost. By simply thinking impure thoughts or by failing to think the right thoughts, white people are oppressing Blacks. It's as if Blacks were just marionettes at the mercy merely of the unconscious thoughts of white people. However, official thinking in the United States today now requires that every failure of particularly Blacks and also Hispanics in the United States must be explained by racism. If Blacks are disciplined in school more often, it's not because they act differently, it's because the rules are applied in a racist way. High crime rates, for example. There is some grudging acceptance that maybe Blacks do commit more crime, but that's because we have created an unfair environment. If Blacks don't wear seatbelts as often as whites, if they're killed in traffic accidents more often, all of this is not something that can be blamed on Blacks. It can be blamed on white society. The fact that they are fatter than whites, don't exercise, have higher rates of diabetes, all of these things are society's fault. Institutional racism is doing this. You don't have to have individual white people going up to Black people and holding a gun to their heads and saying, "Get fat." Of course, no one is doing this. They get fat because of institutional racism. It's all our fault. And so today, if there are standards of some kind that Blacks and Hispanics are less likely to meet, those standards are inherently racist. For years, we have had this problem in transit fares. People who fail to buy a ticket before they get on the subway or the bus and then are arrested for this, overwhelmingly Black and Hispanic. So the thinking is now, well, okay, these requirements are racist. And so we have now decriminalized fare evasion in American metro and transit systems, so that you can walk on the subway and not pay, and the police will probably pay no attention. If they do, they will write you a ticket, and you're supposed to go to court and pay it. Nobody cares if you don't. This is very common in the United States now. And of course, now the subways are filled with bums and vagrants and drunks because they can just wander in and no one will stop them. We also have differential enforcement in what are called quality of life crimes. Certain crimes were clearly more likely to be committed by Blacks and Hispanics. And the thinking was, okay, these must be unfair laws. So some of these laws, such as vagrancy or public drunkenness, public defecation, prostitution, obstructing traffic, making loud noises, all of these things, because non-whites are more likely to be arrested for these crimes, then they've become decriminalized. And one of the most important, and you are probably aware of this, perhaps you've seen videos of this, is the decriminalization of shoplifting in amounts below a certain dollar amount. In California, for example, if you shoplift an amount that is less than $900, That's been decriminalized. You get a ticket if you get anything at all. And you've probably seen videos of Black criminals going into stores, just cleaning out the shelves and walking out with huge bags full of stolen goods, and no one stops them. These changes in law enforcement, this idea of decriminalizing these quality of life, so-called quality of life crimes, are making some of our cities increasingly unlivable. The most liberal cities where this kind of thinking is prevalent, New York City, San Francisco, Seattle, Portland, Los Angeles. Increasingly, these cities are filled with people who lay about on the streets, bums, addicts, and they live in tents or they sleep on the sidewalk. No one is going to bother them or arrest them because those are quality of life crimes, and they've been decriminalized for these racial reasons. Now, you might ask yourself, okay, if the differential impact of certain crimes means that they are racist, what about murder? As I said before, laws against murder are broken by whites at 10 times, broken by blacks at 10 times the white rate. If we apply the same logic, we should decriminalize murder. Well, we are not there yet, but we are heading in that direction, believe it or not. In the state of Michigan, for example, there is a law that adds 2 years to your prison sentence if you commit a crime with a gun, even if you don't use the gun, even if the gun just stays in your pocket. If you are armed with a loaded weapon while you commit the crime, 2 more years added to your prison sentence. Well, 80% of the people who have additional time added to their prison sentences are Black. And so some prosecutors, one in particular in Ingham County, has decided she's not going to apply that crime anymore because it must be racist, because Black people are being tripped up by this law more often than anyone else. So, as I say, we are moving in this direction. I don't think we'll ever get to the point where murder becomes decriminalized, but that is the kind of thinking that we see prevailing in the United States. Also, standardized testing. Some of you, I'm sure, have heard of the SAT test or the ACT test. This is a standard test that high school students take when they want to go to college. Now, we have the same results. Asians get the highest scores, then whites, then Hispanics, then Blacks. Well, the fact that Hispanics and Blacks get lower scores means the test is racist. If Asians get higher scores, that means nothing at all. But the test is racist. So universities all around the country are saying, no, we're not even going to look at these test results anymore. And we are going to select anybody we like, Blacks and Hispanics in particular, because not to do so would be racist. We even have the idea in some places that mathematics instruction is racist. The state of Oregon officially adopted a manual that's meant to fight racism in the classroom. And one of the racist aspects of instruction in mathematics is the importance of getting the right answer. This is racist, you see, because non-whites are less likely to get the right answer. Well, what are some of the consequences of this constant talk of racism and white supremacy in America? Obviously, it makes particularly Blacks hate white people and hate America. Imagine you are constantly being told everything that goes wrong for you is the fault of white people. If you are poor, if you go to jail more often, if you are less likely to be successful in any respect, there is only one cause. It's never your fault. It's always the fault of white people. Well, the obvious consequence is that many Blacks do hate white people. Obviously, they're going to be hating white people if whites themselves constantly tell them how wicked whites have been, past and present. And so we have some revered Black intellectuals in the United States. Maybe some of you have heard of Ta-Nehisi Coates. He is the great Black guru of race relations and solving race problems in America. He's probably received every possible adulation and award. People pet him and adore him and slobber over him. He is the great black man who will solve our problems. This is what he says. He says, I would like to tell you that a day approaches when the people who think themselves to be white renounce their demon religion of white supremacy and begin to think of themselves as human. But I can see no real promise of such a day. Here's Ta-Nehisi Coates, the great guru, telling white people, no, I don't even think you are human. You can find countless examples of this from black intellectuals in the United States. I'll give you a different, somewhat more earthy example. Brittany Cooper is a black tenured professor at Rutgers University. And in an online seminar last year, she was talking about how wicked and awful and hateful white people are. And what was her solution? I will quote her words exactly. She says, we just need to take the motherfuckers out. She's talking about white people. Exterminate white people. That is her solution to the problem. She then added, well, but I'm not recommending violence. That would be bad for our souls. The only reason blacks shouldn't exterminate whites is that it might damage their souls. But that is Brittany Cooper's attitude. Did she suffer any consequences for this? Absolutely none. Imagine a white professor talking about blacks in the same manner, fired, obliterated, career over. Now, simpler blacks, more criminally oriented blacks, they take this kind of thing very seriously. They don't necessarily even listen to Ta-Nehisi Coates or Brittany Cooper, but they take this idea of blacks of whites as being the oppressors, and they act on it. All of these crimes are invariably buried in the news, but there are blacks who attack whites at random, blacks who rape white women, kill them, beat them up, and they will say quite explicitly, I did it because of 400 years of slavery, or I did it because they deserved it, because they were white. Most of the time, when you have black on white crime in the United States, no one even looks for motives of this kind. But whenever the motives are looked into, frequently, this is the sort of thing you have. And when it comes to interracial murder, there's no question blacks on a per capita basis are about 30 times more likely to kill a white person than the other way around. And I'm convinced that racial hostility has a great deal to do with this. Now, this kind of thinking in America, this inability to make blacks responsible for their own actions, this insistence that everything that goes wrong for them with the white is the fault of whites, blew up in a spectacular way in 2020. I'm sure you've all heard of George Floyd. He is the fellow who had a fatal level of fentanyl in his body, but he died under the knee of a white police officer. And this set off months and months of race riots in the United States. These race riots, however, were different from the kind we have had year after year in the United States. It used to be, certainly in the 1960s, when blacks rioted, and up until fairly recently, they burned down their own neighborhoods. Not this time. Not this time. Black mobs went burning and looting and rioting in some of the fanciest retail areas in all of the United States. In Fifth Avenue in New York, in the Magnificent Mile in Chicago, Rodeo Drive in Hollywood. Some of these places were sacked and looted more than once. Something else that happened, and this is not very well known, even in the United States, the number of cities that had to install curfews. In other words, you had to go home after a certain time at night. 200 cities had to install curfews because the rioting and the looting was so bad. 31 states in the United States had to call out the National Guard. These are local soldiers because the disorder was so great. Never has there had to be that kind of reaction. And something else that was brand new this time around. Corporations pledged billions of dollars for black causes, for the Black Lives Matter movement. as if to say they are being rewarded for this kind of crazy activity. The thinking in America today is if blacks are rioting, they must have a good reason for it. It's not because they are acting in a criminal or hostile way. Society is so unjust that they are expressing their righteous anger. And something else had happened. Mobs pulled down hundreds of statues and monuments. Invariably, these were statues and monuments of white people. Now, to me, the most significant target of these mobs was Christopher Columbus. Do you have any idea how many statues of Christopher Columbus came down during the George Floyd riots? 29 statues just of Christopher Columbus. Some of them were taken down by city authorities who were afraid that the blacks and the hopped up whites who were taking them down might hurt themselves if they tried to pull the statue down. In any case, let me assure you, in previous race riots in the United States, no one would have thought that a proper response was to tear down statues of Christopher Columbus. What's the connection between black rioting and Christopher Columbus? The connection, of course, is that Christopher Columbus was the first white man to come to North America. And so this is a way of saying the problem with America is white people. Columbus should never have come, and white people should never have come. We also have had, as a consequence of this mass insanity, the idea that we must defund the police. There are actually serious people in the United States who say that the problem of black crime, when they do admit that there's black crime, is because there's so many police there. If there were no police in the area, they would not be committing crime. Somehow the presence of police officers, especially wicked white police officers, that makes them hold each other up and deal drugs and shoot each other and get into fights. This is utterly, utterly crazy. But there are cities in the United States who have cut the police budgets on this theory that the problem is not criminals, the problem is the police. Now, in 2020, this year of the riots, we had the largest jump in murders in the entire history of the United States. Murder was up 30%. That's extraordinary. Can you imagine a major crime leaping by 30% in just 1 year? That left 21,579 people dead. 56% of them were black. The idea, of course, is that Black lives matter. And yet people are defunding the police in the face of the obvious truth that this only results in increased crime. In the year 2020, we had 611 mass shootings. A mass shooting in the United States is defined as one in which at least 4 people are hit by a bullet. They don't necessarily have to be killed, but 4 people are hit. That 611 mass shootings in 2020 was up 47%, nearly 50% from the year before. At the same time, the murder clearance rate, that is to say, the number of murders that are solved by the police, has declined drastically. In 1965, 90% of murders were solved. Now it's barely above 50%. And for blacks, it is 40% because blacks refuse to cooperate with the police. If a black person kills another black person, you have a better than 50-50 chance that you'll be able to get away with it. So this is the official thinking of the United States, that if there are any racial differences in achievement or behavior, it is strictly the fault of whites, because every single racial group is equivalent and interchangeable. Now, I will not suggest that this is completely unresisted in the United States. This critical race theory, which has been popularized in some public schools of the United States, is being fought. It's being fought at the local level, and even some states have passed laws to prevent this from being taught in their public schools. Also, I would point out that the success of dissonant websites, that the dissonant websites has been increasing. Also, there is no question that white people are organizing in local ways. And so there is increasing resistance to this. But in closing, I would like to urge all of my fellow Europeans to understand the importance of race. It is vitally important that Europe remain European. We are a people. We are distinct people. We are more closely related to each other European than to any other person on earth. We are a world brotherhood of Europeans. And I wish you great success on your Independence Day tomorrow and the celebration with the Torchlight Parade. That was one of, in my life, one of the very most inspiring experiences I can think of in a long time. Marching with Estonians who believe themselves to be a people, a proud people. And so I will close with the only words of Estonian that I know, and that is Eesti est. I just got a message that it is time to take questions, but that my signal is coming late, and so there may be a delay. I apologize for these technical difficulties. Should I simply answer the questions that appear on the screen? I will do so if I'm told. There was a question about here in Estonia, people have an issue of not planning ahead and deferring gratification. Of course, every society has this problem. Every society will have a certain number of criminals. But this is part of human nature. All of our traits are on a kind of a bell curve. Most people are in the middle, and then at the very extreme, you have people who plan very carefully, and then at the other extreme, people who hardly plan at all. But this is something that is built in as part of human nature. This is something that is unlikely to change except through long-term evolution and the changing of the genetic substrate. But of course, this can be influenced by the rewards and punishments in society. Any society that fails to punish smash and grab behavior, which is what we see in the United States when you can get away with crime, that's going to make things much, much worse. So it is important to have punishments and rewards in place in a society, never back down on enforcing the rules. All of this fare breaking, prostitution, public drunkenness, if you make that possible, then you're going to get more and more and more of it. Let's see. All right, someone wants to know what Eesti est means. I'm a little bit surprised. This must be someone who is clearly not Estonian. This was something that I must have chanted at least several hundred times while I was marching with my torch in 2019 at Torchlight Parade. I believe it is Estonia first or Estonia forward. If I'm mistaken, I'm sure an Estonian in the audience would correct me, but I believe it means Estonia first. And again, it was wonderfully inspiring to be with so many proud Estonians celebrating their peoplehood. It was, I feel almost emotional thinking about that. It was a wonderful, wonderful experience. I'm told it means for Estonia. Well, if there are no more questions, I believe that is the case here. I believe it will be my time to sign out. Oh, what do I think about Corona? Well, that's a different question entirely. I would prefer not to go into the whole Corona business, other than to say that governments all around the world have taken this as an excuse to crack down on individual liberties to an absolutely remarkable degree. And so I am delighted that people are finally resisting this. The Canadians who tend to be a very passive conformist bunch, they have responded in a very, very vigorous way. And I applaud any kind of resistance to tyrannical governments. I'm still getting questions. I suppose I should answer, or should I sign off? I will do what I'm told in the private chat. Someone asked about, well, growing up in Japan. That was, of course, a very unusual experience for a white man. I spent the first 16 years of my life surrounded by Japanese people. On the one hand, I was picked on because I was strange. On the other hand, children make friends very easily. I had a good time. I liked the Japanese. The Japanese generally liked me. And most people automatically assume that my experience in a homogeneous society of that kind influenced my views about race. And people are always astonished when I tell them it had no effect at all. My parents were missionaries. They were very liberal. They had the idea that all people are children of God and that race makes no difference at all. Culture, all of these things can be blended. And so I absorbed those views. It wasn't until I was in my 30s, perhaps, after having traveled in Africa, studied history, and studied human nature, that I came to realize that race is such an important part of individual and group identity. Let's see. I see a few more. Let's see. Well, All right. There's a question from someone who says that he has heard that Americans are moving to more conservative, healthy-minded countries in Europe. That's certainly true. I know personally of about a dozen Europeans, mostly Americans, well, some French as well, who have moved in one case to Ukraine, in several cases to Poland, and also Hungary. Hungary seems to be the preferred destination. When I was in Estonia and Lithuania, I thought that both of those countries would be delightful places for white Americans to move to. It seems to me that winter might not be the best time of year to be there. But even so, yes, white people, many of them, well, to some number, are giving up on the United States. I wish they would not do that. I think that where there are still 160, 70 million white people living in the United States, I don't think that they're all going to give up. And I believe that if white people act, they can at least preserve some portion of North America where Western civilization will survive. If they do not act, though, if they let the current forces continue, they will be elbowed aside and they will become a small and despised remnant in what was once a great nation. I think what we are seeing in the United States is a terrible, terrible tragedy, but I do believe that we still have time if enough white people are determined to take their own destiny in their own hands. Let's see. This is an interesting question. Is there a connection between Christianity and anti-racism? It is certainly true that Christianity is a universal religion. And unlike others that are tightly tied to an ethnic group, it is one that welcomes all people. And at the same time, it talks about welcoming the stranger, of turning the other cheek to one's enemies. In that respect, it is a very gentle, accepting religion. And so certainly Christianity is a religion that could be perverted, if need be, to a kind of multiculturalism. Let us not forget, however, that most of Europe has been Christian for 1,000 years. And even at the height of colonialism in Europe, or the height of slavery in the United States, the height of immigration restriction in the United States. Europeans and Americans at that time were more fervently Christian than they are today. And so there was nothing inherent about Christianity that turned people into anti-racist or suicidal white people. I believe that Christianity has been affected by forces that are even larger than Christianity itself, and has turned Christianity into yet one more servant of this anti-racist ideology. And if you do a polling in the United States, you will find that Christians are actually more likely to have a healthy view about race or immigration, certainly than atheists. Atheists are the worst, but they are more likely even than people who are not particularly Christian, sort of lukewarm Christians. The serious Christians often are the ones who have the healthiest ideas about race. And so I think we must not forget that Christianity has been a very, very important part of Western civilization. I see the perversion or the acts of official Christianity in the kind of multicultural, ethno-suicidal manner to be something that reacts to a larger force rather than to something that is inherently part of Christianity. Someone adds that this will be the last answer because we have a next speaker coming up and I don't want to take anyone else's time, and I'm sorry to have delayed the beginning. But someone says that Christianity itself has a sense of racial differences. And yes, there are parts of the Bible that clearly distinguish people of different populations. And so depending on how you read the Old Testament in particular, you can see an understanding that groups are different, that groups have their own territories. And also many people believe that race is something that God made, and integration and miscegenation is destroying one of God's important creations. So yes, I believe that Christianity has been turned into a tool of anti-racism, but it need not necessarily be. And so thank you very much for this opportunity to speak to you. It's been a pleasure and a joy, and I wish all of my Estonian friends and all of my friends at the conference a wonderful, wonderful Independence Day, and greetings from your fellow European here in the United States of America.
Hello there. Can you all hear me? Well, good afternoon, and thank you very much for the invitation to participate in this interesting conference and discussion. And I think I missed the beginning, but I can, I could see the end of, or the latter part of my friend Jared Taylor's discourse. And as always, it was a great pleasure to hear him talking about the United States and all of its ethnic problems. But now, my name is Dan Ritt, for those of you who don't know me, and I hail from a completely different part of the world, South Africa. we are almost the antipode of the West, in the sense that we are so far removed from the northern hemisphere, and also we are, stuck on the African continent, which most people associate then not so much with Western culture. Although, of course, in ages gone past, Africa played a very important role, especially Northern Africa, in Egyptian civilization, and even in Roman civilization, and in Greek civilization. At one time, Alexandria was one of the preeminent Greek cities. So it's not true to think that Africa has always been, let's call it a dark continent, as it has been portrayed by many classical Western authors such as Joseph Conrad and others. So how would I describe myself? We here in South Africa, we apart now from the English-speaking citizens. They've got a slightly different identity to ours. But we call ourselves Afrikaners or Boers, and we have done so for almost 3 centuries. But growing up, I always felt the call of Europe, and from the very first moment of my consciousness onwards, I've always been very impressed with European art and music and opera. And I remember growing up as a boy, I discovered a photo album in a cupboard at home, and with some pictures of my parents when they were young, in the late 1940s, when they were on a visit to Europe, and these were old black and white pictures. And also, my father took a little camera, and he took lots of pictures of paintings and museums. And my mother, who was his girlfriend at the time, he took pictures of her in a particular setting in Switzerland or wherever. And these made an indelible impression on me, and they stayed with me for the rest of my life. And I think my own kind of relationship to Europe I can trace it back to there. And even though we are to some extent today excluded from Europe, it certainly feels that way whenever we have to apply for visas and so on to visit Europe. It's almost as if they are more strict with us than with anybody else in the third world. We always have to show that we've got enough money to stay in hotels in Europe and to travel and so on. And we are almost treated more like strangers or aliens or unwanted people than anybody else when it comes to European officialdom, and especially the bureaucrats and the immigration officials and the embassies and consulates and so on. But I would therefore see myself as an Afrikaner living in Africa, but also as a Eurokaner. In fact, a Frenchman once coined that term in a discussion with me, and I found it a very interesting concept. And in a sense, we are also universal Europeans, because a lot of people came to South Africa from various countries in Europe, from Germany and France and the Netherlands and Flanders, Scandinavia as well. And through over a number of centuries, 3 or 4 centuries, we actually integrated and we developed our own indigenous culture and language based on the spoken language of the 17th century that was spoken on the ships and and used as a trading language at sea mostly. But of course, at a certain point, South Africa we were forced to relinquish power in the early 1990s. And Mrs. Margaret Thatcher, she once said that the notion that the ANC could govern South Africa, anybody who had that idea was living in cloud cuckoo land. She thought it was completely insane or crazy. But that's exactly what has happened. And so we are, I would say, in a post-fall situation. I want to touch, if we have time, I want to touch a little bit on this notion of the decline of the West and the threats that are on the horizon for the Western world and for Europe and for a country like Estonia. The more I heard, over the past few years, I've been reading up a little bit on Estonia and had some contact with Estonians, and I find it's a very interesting country. A smaller nation, but with a sense of independence and its own language and culture and identity, very much like ourselves here in South Africa. So I can definitely identify strongly with Estonia and your own struggle to become independent and autonomous over many, many centuries, when you were dominated by some of the other bigger nations in Europe. But I think the reason why, apart from all the racial issues that are usually held up to be, the source of the South African dilemma and the South African conflict. If you read all the left-wing books about South Africa, it's always about the so-called racism of the whites and racial oppression and what's it called, white supremacy and that sort of thing. And there's a whole industry still going on in South Africa at the universities where some of the more or less neo-Marxist academics are constantly churning out all of these publications and articles about white racism and white supremacy. And even now, when we have become a kind of a subaltern group, about which I can talk a little bit more later, we are still blamed, just like Jared Taylor said, we are still blamed for a lot that is going on, that is going wrong in South Africa. Whereas we have no political power anymore, we have no influence, we are demographically and otherwise dominated, but still we are the scapegoat for everything that goes wrong in this society. But I think in the past, South Africa was seen as such a scandalous country, precisely because we were such an anomaly. We were a successful, developed, industrialized Western state in Africa, and people just couldn't stand that. And for that reason, South Africa had to be brought to her knees, and this crazy notion that Thatcher also thought to be insane of being governed by a Marxist terrorist group such as the ANC, that was then, it came to fruition, and the rest, as they say, is history. And over the last 20 or 25 years, we've seen the complete collapse of many of our institutions. Something many people also see South Africa as kind of an omen of what could happen in the future in Western countries as they, become, as there's a so-called great replacement of populations, and the far more numerous people from the third world immigrate to the Western countries, and they become the dominant populations in those countries. That in a sense, we represent your future. So I can report on this kind of post-fall situation. So the first thing that we've experienced over the last 20 years was the collapse of many, many institutions. we now have shortages of water and electricity. And, we had a lot of very successful government-owned corporations, like the electricity utility, one of the biggest in the world. I think it was in the top 5. And we had the cheapest electricity, and it was abundant. And now we have scarcity of electricity. We have blackouts. Everybody in South Africa has an app on their phone to tell them when the next blackout is going to take place. And every now and again, every week or two, they announce there's going to be a new phase 2 or phase 3 or phase 4 of the blackouts. And you've got this app on your phone to tell you when you'll have electricity, when you won't. Whereas before, when I'm growing up, something like that was completely unheard of. And then, of course, there's the corruption and the theft of public money. The court system that is also becoming very problematic. And you find that the courts also it's almost like a Russian roulette going to the courts. You sometimes have a judge who knows the law, and sometimes you don't, because the judge was appointed on an affirmative action basis, not necessarily because he knows the law. We've also had a lot of problems around culture. And there I also see a parallel to what's happening in Europe. Over here, when there used to be Afrikaner governments almost throughout the 20th century, because even there were two kinds of governments in the 20th century in South Africa. On the one hand, you had governments that were more or less pro-British, run by Afrikaners and English speakers. And then at other times you had governments, more nationalistic governments, that were mostly Afrikaner governments with maybe 1 or 2 English-speaking ministers. But for most of the 20th century, we had Afrikaner leaders and prime ministers and so on. And therefore, in Parliament, Afrikaans was the dominant language. It was also in the bureaucracy, in the court system, everywhere. Except in private business. It was the predominant language, and also the language of culture and literature and poetry and so on. I remember when I was a student, there used to be a yearbook of literature in South Africa, and it was published. There were several yearbooks published in each language, in Afrikaans and in English, and then in various other black languages, sort of grouped together. But the Afrikaans one was about 5 times the size of all the others put together, because it was such, we were going through a period of such a kind of cultural renaissance, and we had such a vibrant culture. And all of that changed within the space of about 10 or 15 years, to the extent that today there are a lot of concerns about the future of our culture and our language, and whether it's going to even survive in South Africa. Now, how did all of that happen? I think, and there we have very instructive lessons for Europe, because it seems to me that at first there's an argument. Well, the first argument that is made is that your language excludes us. Therefore, we need a more universal language, such as English or French. Now, I think it's already happening in Europe that at a lot of the universities, people are starting to use more English, especially at a postgraduate level, to open up to international students and that kind of thing. But it's only the thin end of the wedge, because ultimately, first you are required to be tolerant towards the other language. And then in a second phase, there's hostility towards your language and your culture. And in the third phase, they simply ban your language and your culture. And we've gone through that cycle in South Africa over the last 20 or 25 years. At some of our universities, for example, they first introduced English as a medium of instruction to accommodate others, and then halfway through, then Afrikaans would be phased out, and in the final phase, they would simply ban our language outright. They would say you're no longer allowed to use it, and even you're not allowed to speak it, even in the lectures. So I can see that sort of thing also taking place in Europe progressively as Europe adopts a more politically correct universal culture, and probably then an English-speaking culture. You will go through the same process that we've gone through, and where any language that is an ethnic marker or that defines a people or a nation, an ethnic nation or a folk, such languages will ultimately be excluded. They will lose all funding, and they will lose official status, and ultimately they will be banned. We've also had, as in the USA, great hostility towards artifacts, statues, paintings, anything that reminds people in South Africa of the past and of the previous Western dominance in our country. All of those had to go. In fact, there were several incidents at the University of Cape Town where paintings and books were literally burnt by students who they first had a thing called Rhodes Must Fall. Now, Cecil John Rhodes was a very rich man. He came from Britain, and he got very rich in South Africa in the diamond business. He bought some land with diamonds on and eventually became a diamond magnate, and he was one of the richest people in the United Kingdom as a result. Or rather, he lived here, but being of British origin, he also maintained certain links with the United Kingdom, and he donated money to Oxford University as well, and also to the University of Cape Town. And there was a statue of him in a central place at the University of Cape Town to honor his financial donations to the university. But a few years ago then, first of all, the statue was literally smeared with excrement, and it was attacked. They threw paint bombs at it and so on. And then these black students demanded that the statue be removed from the campus. And that's exactly what the university did. In fact, there's just been a book published by a professor of philosophy at the university, and it's called, now this so-called movement against the Rhodes and the statue was called the Rhodes Must Fall movement, because there was also a hashtag Rhodes Must Fall. And as part of this movement, they also burnt other paintings and books, and they threw books out of the library and burnt them and so on. This professor of philosophy, whose name is David Benatar, he's just published a book called The Fall of the University of Cape Town. And I can quote from it, and he says, it tells a saga of lunacy, criminality, pandering, and identity politics. The mad and the bad, the deranged, deluded, the depraved, have been granted endless latitude in bullying and abusing others. I saw a recent interview with him about the book where he said that the university went into capitulation mode. The university management, in fact, the head of the university, or the principal of the university, or as they say here, the vice-chancellor, was actually on the same campus as I was many years ago here in Johannesburg. His name is Max Price. He studied medicine, and he eventually became an academic in the medical world. And he went into complete capitulation mode. He acceded to all the demands of these radicalized anti-white, anti-Western students who wanted to banish Rhodes and all Western influence from the campus. And conceivably, that sort of thing can also, it's happened in the United States. There have been all these very famous incidents where, especially Southern heroes, General Lee Grant and so on, and the Confederate flag, all of these things have also been torn down or banned in various areas of the United States. So my advice to people in Europe would be to look very carefully at your culture and maintaining it, and not to accede to these so-called demands for access to your institutions. Because if somebody is not prepared to learn Estonian or to learn Swedish or to learn German in order to come and study at the university in that country, it's going to be, if you accommodate him in the language of his choice, that is going to be the thin edge of the West, of the process, the thin edge of the wedge of this process, whereby ultimately you will find yourself in a situation where your own culture and language will be under severe threat and will be almost extirpated from your own institutions. I'm also worried about, together with the dominance of English, I mean, post-Brexit, there are only 2 countries in Europe where they use English as an official language, and those are Ireland and Malta. 2 tiny countries within Europe, and there are very many great languages in Europe: French, Italian, Spanish, and so on. And in the past, I mean, I think Europeans are still very polyglot. They do speak each other's languages, but together with this dominance of English, especially in Brussels, has come also the dominance of American wokeism. And in fact, I was surprised to read on the website of the Bloomberg financial website, there was an economist, I think Tyler Cowen, who wrote that the woke movement could be the next great US cultural export, and it is going to do many other countries some real good. Now, I cannot think of anything more sinister and more detrimental to any country than the woke movement. And I think probably Jared Taylor will agree with me about that. In fact, my friend Ilana Mercer, she also saw the same article and responded to that, and in a column earlier this year in January, and she wrote, I think the title of her column was, you can go and look it up somewhere on the internet, is Exporting Toxic Wokeism. So together with Americanism and the dominant American culture comes wokeism. We've got anti-Western rap music, which also exists in French. I don't listen to it, but the little that I've seen of it in French is even more vile than the stuff you get in America. So we're in a situation, as I see it, where in a way the 1920s are repeating themselves. It's almost as if the whole world has become like the Weimar Republic. There's a sort of a sense of decadence and decline, and not very many people are resisting it. In fact, even in a country like France, they also want to adopt affirmative action, and elsewhere in Europe, in the Scandinavian countries, they're talking about that, and that will again be extremely detrimental to the rights of Europeans to practice their own culture and language, and to maintain their identities. But perhaps in closing, I can make a few remarks that might be of a more optimistic kind. That in this situation that we find ourselves in South Africa, which I call then the post-fall situation, where our civilization has effectively fallen now, and we are a subaltern group. We are dominated. We are excluded from power and from most institutions. In fact, there's a whole. There are more than 100 laws in South Africa, prohibiting us from certain occupations, and there was even a scandal. And of course, one of the most famous or infamous forms of affirmative action in South Africa is that when you go to medical school, if you're a white person, you must be almost a genius to get access to the medical school. You must have extremely high marks in the 90% and straight A's and so on. And even then, many of these straight A students don't get accepted. But if you're Indian or of mixed race or black, then you can get into medical school with only very, shall we say, mediocre marks and grades in the school leaving examination. And there was somebody here who was the chairwoman of the Medical Association of South Africa, an Afrikaner woman with the surname Kutsia. She was very much in the news. She's been in the news lately as a result of the whole COVID pandemic. And she casually mentioned on a radio station in Cape Town recently that, yes, these quotas that they have for the medical schools are unfair and also actually detrimental to our standards of medical training in South Africa. And within 24 hours, those very innocuous remarks of hers caused such a ruckus that she had to resign as the chairwoman of the Medical Association of South Africa, which shows you that the hostility and the political correctness of the public discourse in South Africa. But on the more positive side, I see a kind of a Eurocentric or a European underground in South Africa where people do stand together, where they do help each other, whether it's in business or privately or financially. More and more, it reminds me a little bit of that little novel by Ayn Rand called Anthem, where two people leave this kind of society and they go and live on their own in a cave, and that's a little bit what's happening in South Africa. Although we're not living in caves, but we are more living in gated communities or in rural areas. People are starting to separate themselves from the rest of this crazy society. And there's a certain dynamism to that. And because of the collapse of many of the state institutions, there isn't as much government control these days in South Africa as there is, for example, in Europe, in Western Europe, or in Canada or the United States. So in a sense, there's sort of a freedom opening up to us as well. And if we are creative enough and we take the initiative, I think on the ruins of this society, we can construct something else that will be a lot more positive and that will also bring hope to the rest of the Western world. And on that optimistic note, I think I'll end my little talk, and I would love to take any questions if you have some. Okay, I see some questions here on the screen. Somebody asks, do you know your exact European heritage? Yes, to a large extent, I do. And in fact, genealogy is one of the subjects in South Africa that excites people, and they love to retrace their origins to such and such a town in Germany or the Netherlands, and to know exactly who their forefathers were, and even to go to the archives in Cape Town. You know, we've got archives going right back to the 1750s. And there are all sorts of church registers and court documents and so on, where you can retrace your exact lineage, and people are also compiling genealogies of their families and so on. And in fact, I've been contacted by somebody from our family with my surname, and he's constructed the whole route of the family, and the surname can be traced back to the Netherlands. And in fact, people used to have these old classical Dutch Bibles, which they called the Staten Bible. And during the days, the pioneer days, the people used to write the births and deaths on the front, on the first pages of the blank pages of the Bible. So if you've got a Bible like that, you can, and I do, you can actually retrace your entire origins. Yes, so I think I've answered that question about. Okay, somebody says also, I wouldn't want to permanently settle somewhere. Neither I nor my future wife had any common ancestry heritage aside from being fellow Europeans. I think, of course, Europeans have, during the time of European expansion, people went to America, they went to North America, South America, Australia, all these places, and settled there. So it's not unnatural for Europeans to find themselves outside the ancestral homelands of Europe, and I think we can legitimately lay claim to those countries that America is also a pillar of European civilization. That goes without saying, and so is Australia, or great parts of South Africa, for that matter. If you look at the Western Cape, for example, to this day, it has never really been dominated by Africans, from further up north. Okay, so I'm getting told by the organizers that just to specify, you're answering random questions in the chat, not addressed to you. So the questions will come on screen. Okay, so let me take some questions on the screen then, if you've got some. Okay, he asks, do you think the Volksstaat concept has any viability? That's a very interesting question, and that's of course been part of a long debate in South Africa, and there are people, say in Orania and places like that, who are trying to construct autonomous societies or autonomous towns where they do not use non-Afrikaner labor, where they do everything themselves, and where the entire town just uses Afrikaans as their language. And those are very interesting experiments. But our problem is, of course, that you are so implicated in the origins of South Africa and the running of the country, and more we have to the interesting thing also that is taking place is that the private sector, which is to some extent still dominated by us, or at least in the top management and so on, and the owners of those companies, that it is taking over very many functions of the state, because the state and state institutions are collapsing. So now private companies have to produce the electricity and provide us with clean water, and also security. Private security in South Africa is a major issue. So that creates a problem for us in that we cannot separate ourselves from the rest of South Africa in order to build this Volksstaat, this ethno-state, because we are also being called upon to run and to organize the rest of South Africa. So that's a process, I think, that's going to play itself out. But I think so there are two solutions. I think the one solution is for us to set up something completely separate and autonomous for ourselves. And the second solution would be to, have sort of almost like a newer version of what we had under the old system, where we had kind of spheres of influence and where we encouraged people to live out their own ethnic identities, although the black elite were never really interested in that. They were more interested in just taking over and looting our assets, which they have done very successfully over the last 20 to 25 years. And even the leftists in South Africa, they now acknowledge that 100%, that these ANC people have actually just looted us for 25 years. They've done nothing else. They've just stolen and they've been corrupt. And they've contributed absolutely nothing except theft and crime and corruption. Okay, so I hope that answers the question about the Volksstaat viability. Although I think if there is even more violence than we already have in South Africa, then it will force people into a geographic Volksstaat. If we can no longer enjoy any notion of security or personal safety in the areas where we are at the moment, then it will force people into supporting a geographic, what do they call it, territorial independence, or yes, no longer simply internal autonomy, but external autonomy. Is there another question that I can reply to? I think what I was saying about, a more optimistic version of the future is that I've always believed that technological change will also help us in this current situation that we are in. And in fact, that is happening. If it hadn't been for the internet, then we would have been far more impoverished and helpless in the society, because we would be excluded. We have been excluded from most institutions, from the state and from the universities increasingly, and the court system, the police, hospitals, and so on. And as a result of this extreme form of affirmative action we have in South Africa, I think there would have been a lot more white poverty than we've actually got in the country. And the reason why we are coping is because we now have such effective communication with the rest of the Western world and with Europe and North America, and we can work together with people in those countries, overseas, internationally. And I think that's also to the frustration of our rulers, because they would have loved to actually oppress us and impoverish us, but we are now coping fairly well, or at least some of us are, because of technology and because of this global system that we've got at the moment, which is quite a paradox, because you would think that the global system would destroy ethnic identity, but in fact it also to some extent stimulates it by putting people, like-minded people, and people sharing ancestry or culture or language together. I mean, I can communicate now very effectively with people in Australia, or, you know, there are many expatriate Afrikaners all over the world, and they all still have contact with one another via the internet, whereas before they would have been cut off from one another, and they would have simply been assimilated without any further ado. Okay, well, the organizer is telling me that he's perhaps going to think of putting on the next speaker. So if there are no further questions, then I look forward to also hearing the rest of the conference.
We'll be starting in 1 second.
Üdvözöllek, Bajtár kultúra védelmezői! Vékony Csongor vagyok, a Mi Hazánk mozgalom ifjúsági szervezetének, a Mi Hazánk ifjainak elnöke. Nagy megtiszteltetés számomra, hogy én képviseltem Magyarországot ezen a rendkívül fontos nemzetközi nacionalista konferencián. Köszönjük a meghívást, Isten éltesse Észtországot megalakulásának 104. évfordulóján.
I greet you, my dear brothers in arms, the defenders of the European race. I am Csongor Vékony, the chairman of the youth of our homeland movement. It is of great honor for me to have the opportunity to present Hungary on this extraordinarily important nationalist conference. Thank you for the invitation. God bless Estonia on the 104th anniversary of its formation.
Mielőtt az életvédők nemzetközi kapcsolatépítésének fontosságáról és az identitás politikáról, mint európai civilizációnk fennmaradásának kulcskérdéséről beszélnék, Röviden tisztáznom kell, pártunk, a Mi Hazánk mozgalom hol helyezkedik el a magyar politikai pártpalettán.
Before I start talking about the importance of building international connections for the defenders of life and identity politics as the most important issue for the survival of the European civilization, first, I have to clarify the position of our homeland movement on the Hungarian political spectrum.
Európában Magyarország közbeszéd tárgyává vált az elmúlt évek eseményei miatt. Az illegális bevándorlók megállítása céljából határkerítést építettünk, rendőrök, katonák, mezőőrök védik déli határainkat és így Európát. Áprilisi országgyűlési választásunkkor népszavazást tartunk gyermekvédelmi törvényünkről, mely az LMBTQ propaganda megállítása érdekében született. A Fidesz, mint kormányzó párt és miniszterelnökünk Orbán Viktor neve a liberális oldalon üldözendő névként terjed, míg a nemzetközi jobboldal megemlítját előtte. Miért van szüksége ilyen párt mellett a Mi Hazánk mozgalomra?
In Europe, Hungary became the topic of common talk because of the happenings of the last few years. We have built a fence in order to stop illegal immigrants and illegal immigrants. Policemen, soldiers, and volunteers are protecting our southern border and Europe with that. On the parliamentary elections in April, we will be conducting a referendum on our child protective legislation, which is supposed to stop LGBTQ propaganda. Fidesz, the governing party, and the name of our Prime Minister, Orbán Viktor, became a swear word on the liberal side, while the international right-wing tips their hats in respect. Why is there a need for our homeland movement when there is Fidesz already?
A határkerítés megépítését a Mi Hazánk mozgalom elnöke, Torockai László kezdeményezte, hiszen a település, melynek polgármestere a kerítéstől pár száz méterre található. A Fidesz elutasította a kezdeményezést, majd pár hónappal később saját ötletként tárta a parlament elé. A rendőrök és katonák nincsen kellőképpen megbecsülve, alacsony a bérezésük, a liberális jogrend következtében félnek az önvédelmi fegyverhasználatot követő retorziótól, munkahelyüket csak a kötelező oltás felvétele esetén tarthatják meg. A mezőőrök ellen, akik párban járva fognak el akár 20 migráns csoportot, és több ezer migránst tartóztattak fel az elmúlt években, most jogi eljárás indult.
The construction of the border fence was initiated by László Torockai as the settlement he's the major in is just a few hundred meters away from the fence. Fidesz declined this initiation at first and a few months later started the construction as its own idea. Our policemen and soldiers are not properly respected, their wages are low, and due to liberal legislation, they have to fear the consequences of weapon use in self-defense as they can only visit their workplace after taking mandatory vaccination. The child protective legislation is also a good idea, but it is only for show and without actual substance.
A gyermekvédelmi törvény szintén helytálló kezdeményezés, akár a látszat jobboldali politika, mint valós tartalommal megtöltött. Az LMBTQ Pride felvonulást, ha valóban nemzeti és keresztény kormányunk lenne, már betiltotta volna. A most meghozott törvény pedig nem tartalmaz szankciót, így hiába tettünk feljelentést az LMBTQ propagandát terjesztők ellen, a rendőrség közölte, hogy mivel a törvény nem tartalmaz szankciót, így nem tudják hogyan büntetni az elkövetőt.
The child protective legislation is also a good idea, but it is only for show again without actual substance. If our government was actually Christian, the LGBTQ pride marches would have already been banned. The current law does not contain sanctions either, so even after we reported the propagandists of the LGBTQ movement to the police, they could not punish the perpetrators.
Tehát a Mi Hazánk mozgalom képviseli Magyarországon egyedüliként a nemzeti keresztény gondolatot. Két nagy politikai csoportosulás létezik Magyarországon az 1990-es rendszerváltás óta. Orbán Viktor és a Fidesz centrumpártként az egyik nagy tömb, mely lassú nemzethalálhoz vezet, miközben Gyurcsány Ferenc és a baloldali pártok a másik nagy tömb, mely kormányra kerülés esetén gyors nemzethalálhoz vezetne. A Mi Hazánk mozgalom egy harmadik utat kínál. A baloldaltól elhatárolódunk, de a kétszínű álljobboldali politizálástól egyaránt. 2018-ban alakult szervezetünk, mivel a Jobbik, korábbi jobboldali párt, 180 fokos fordulatot véve most a liberálisok és kommunisták soraiba állt be.
It is only our homeland movement that represents true national Christian ideals. There are two big political movements since the system change of 1990. Orbán Viktor and Fidesz are one. That leads to slow death of the nation as the center party, and Gyurcsány Ferenc and the leftist parties that would lead to the death of the nation immediately. Our homeland movement serves a third way. We stay away from the leftists, but also from the two-faced fake right-wing politics. Our organization was created in 2018 as Jobbik, the former right-wing party, had made a U-turn and joined the communists.
Most röviden vázolnám, miként látom a világ alakulását. Európa elmúlt 300 éve identitásfosztásról szólt, az európai embertípus és kultúránk pusztításáról. Az 1700-as évektől kezdődően a vallási identitásunkat pusztította a liberalizmus és a marxizmus minden elődjével és különböző változataival együtt. Ennek legmeghatározóbb pontja az 1789-es francia forradalom volt. A második világháború lezárása óta a hazaszeretet és a nacionalizmus fogalmát a baloldal tömegmészárlással olyan gyilkosok cselekedeteivel azonosítja, akik elvek nélkül szolgálták ki előbb a nemzeti szocialistákat, majd a kommunistákat. Minden németet megbélyegeznek a nemzeti szocializmus miatt, és a szőke, kékszemű filmszereplők mindig gonoszként vannak ábrázolva, miközben a valósággal teljesen ellentétes módon egyre több a néger iskolaigazgató és néger hős. Hazugságokat ültetnek a fiatalok fejébe. A vallási identitás pusztítását követően tehát a nemzeti identitás pusztítása vette kezdetét. Az 1968-as francia szexuális forradalomtól kezdődően pedig a nemi identitás válságáról beszélhetünk. Éppen ezért Európa, és így az európéd rassz és kultúránk megóvása, fennmaradása érdekében a legfontosabb az identitáspolitika.
I would like to make a short summary on how I view the future of the world. Europe's identity has been withering away in the last 300 years, our race and our culture. From the 18th century, our religious identity was destroyed by Marxism with all its different versions. The biggest point in this was the French Revolution of 1789. Since the end of the Second World War, the leftists connotated the idea of love for one's nation and nationalism with genocide and identified with the actions of murderers who served the National Socialists, later the communists without true ideals. Every German has been condemned because of the National Socialism, and the blonde, blue-eyed movie actors are evil, while contrary to the reality, more and more black people are principals and heroes. They plant lies into the heads of children. After the destruction of the religious identity came the destruction of our national identity. From the 1968 French sexual revolution, the crisis of sexual identity started. Because of this, for the survival of Europe and the European race and our culture, the most important is identity politics.
Posztmodern világban élünk. A posztmodernitás lényege az identitás nélküliség. Sokan ezért megkérdik, miért ragadtunk le a múltban. Ma már nem ez a trend. Őszintén szólva, nekünk kell meghatároznunk azt, hogy mi a trend. Nem igazodhatunk senkihez sem. Elveinket nem adhatjuk fel, és nem feledhetjük, hogy vannak bizonyos örökérvényű igazságok, amiken soha nem fog tudni változtatni senki. Ilyen például, hogy egyetlen erkölcsről beszélhetünk csupán, és nem arról, hogy mindenki rendelkezik egy sajátos erkölcsfogalommal. Vagy ilyen igazság az, hogy a család egy apa, egy anya és gyermekei kapcsolatát jelenti, és nem két vagy több abnormális ember kapcsolatát. Hozzáteszem, nem lenne szabad örökbe fogadniuk gyermeket, és nem lenne szabad a keresztény házasság fogalmát használniuk közös életükre. Tudnék még ebben a témában mit mondani, de most inkább térek át a következő témára. Annyit azért hozzátennék, hogy a Nemi identitás válsága című könyvem alig egy hónapja jelent meg, és a mellettem ülő Ádám részéről már folyik az angol nyelvre fordítás, úgyhogy remélhetőleg hamarosan sikerül ezt is eljuttatni hozzátok.
We live in a postmodern world. The essence of postmodernism is the lack of identity. Because of this, many ask, why do we live in the past? Today, this is not cool anymore. Honestly, we have to set what is cool. We cannot settle. We cannot give up our ideals, and we cannot forget that there are certain eternal truths that nothing and nobody can change. For example, there is only one moral system, and it is not and cannot be separate for each individual. The eternal truth that their family is comprised of the connection of a father, a mother, and their children, and not two or more abnormal individuals. I may add that they should not be able to adopt, neither to use the term marriage for their love lives. I would be able to say more on this topic, but I'd rather move on now. I would like to only add one more thing. My book, titled The Crisis of Sexual Identity, came out less than a month ago, and Adam is already working on its English translation, so I will be able to show you that soon, hopefully.
Beszéltem már egy-két dologról, de ami számomra és voltaképpen egész Európának a legfontosabb kell legyen, az a fiatalok megfelelő neveltetése. Ki mind neveli nemzete ifjúságát, úgy látja annak jövőjét. A Mi Hazánk ifjai elnökeként szervezetünk tagjai számára a hazaszeretet, kereszténység, életvédelem 3-as alapelvet határoztam meg, gyakorlatilag a régmúltból fennmaradt 3-as jelszót átörökítve az Isten, haza, család vezérelvet. Hogy mi tartozik az életvédelem alá? Családvédelem, nő- és gyermekvédelem, magzatvédelem, és ilyen formában az LMBTQ lobbival, a gender lobbival való szembenállásunk, a rasszvédelem, azaz az egymástól távol álló rassztípusok közt keveredés elutasítása, az illegális bevándorlás megállítása, a BLM megvetése, a cigány bűnözés felszámolása.
I talked about a few things already, but for me the most important thing would be, and I think should be for all of Europe, is proper education for youth. The way you educate your youth, the way your future is formed. As the chairman of the youth of our homeland movement, I formulated 3 basic principles that are patriotism, Christianity, and life protection, which is practically the same as the old principles of our homeland, God, and family. So, what is life protection? Family values, woman and child protection, fetus protection, and with this, our opposition against the LGBTQ lobby, race protection, which is the opposition against mixing races, and the fight against illegal immigration, fight against BLM, and against gypsy crime.
Jelenleg 2 területen szükséges megvívnunk harcunkat. Önmagunk szilárd identitásának kialakítását követően kulturális tekintetben kell helytállnunk, de ezzel párhuzamosan az utcán is jelen kell legyünk. Minden jobboldali fiatal kötelessége tehát az egészséges életre törekvés. Megfelelő szellemi, lelki és fizikai önfejlesztés. Az iskolákban kötelezővé tennénk az önvédelmi oktatást, és katonai alapkiképzésben részesítenénk a fiatalokat. Amennyiben ehhez társul egy keresztény magyar oktatás, úgy hedonizmus helyett heroizmus uralkodik majd újból. Nemzeti szégyenérzet helyett nemzeti büszkeségtudat, hiszen 1000 éves európai múltunkban számtalan példaértékű cselekedetet hajtottak végre őseink. Számos példaképet lehet az ifjúság elé állítani. Hunyadi János például a nagy törökverő néven vált ismertté. Igen, nem egyszer töltöttük be Európa védőbástyájának szerepét, és igen, ma is az volna a normális gondolkodás, ha az idegen megszállók érkeznek hazánkba, minden erőnkkel harcolunk ellenük. európai nők megerőszakolásáért és európai fiatalok meggyilkolásáért pár évet kapnak a helyett, hogy halállal bővődnének. Ez itt a baj.
We have to fight in two fronts currently. We have to create our own solid identity, and we have to be there culturally and on the streets as well. All the right-wing youth has to follow the healthy way of living, self-improvement physically, mentally, and intellectually. We would create self-defense classes and provide basic military training in schools. If this gets paired with Christian Hungarian values in education, the new normal will be heroism instead of hedonism. Instead of national guilt, we would have national pride, because throughout our 1,000-year history, we can see countless of exemplary heroes among our ancestors. János Hunyadi, for example, became known as the great Turkish destroyer. Yes, it wasn't the first time we were the protective bastion of Europe, and today this should be the normal once again. We have to fight as hard as we can against the foreign invaders. For the rape of European women, for the killing of European youth, they receive few years sentences instead of death. This is the problem.
Még egy apró megjegyzés, hogy érzékeltessem a Fidesz politikai erősségét. Amikor el kellett szállásolni a migránsokat, jobb ételt kaptak, mint amit a magyar kórházakban a beteg emberek kapnak. Pénzbeli segítséget sok esetben többet kapnak, mint a tisztességes magyar, aki egész életét végig dolgozta. Nagyobb egy migráns pénzbeli támogatása, mint a magyar nyugdíjas fizetése. Igen, több jogot kapnak, több pénzt, és így tovább. Az Európai Unió egy kevert vérű, kevert kultúrájú, identitás nélküli Európát szán a jövőnek, de ez voltak éppen Európa végét jelenteni. A legradikálisabb módon szükséges ennek megállt parancsolnunk.
One more note on the two-faced politics of Fidesz. When they had to put immigrants to camps, they received better food than the sick in Hungary's hospitals. They received more monetary assistance many times than the Hungarian hard workers. The funds provided to immigrants is greater than the pension. They have more rights and more money and so on. The EU wants to create a mixed race, mixed culture Europe without the identity for the future. We have to put an end to this the most radical way possible.
Ez a konferencia azt bizonyítja, hogy több országban vannak még hasonló gondolkodású szervezetek, idősebbek és fiatalok egyaránt. Elengedhetetlen az összetartásunk. Ránk magyarokra mindig furcsa szemmel néznek más nemzetek nacionalistái, Trianon kérdésköre miatt. Tegyük tisztába ezt is. 1920-ban elcsatolták hazánk területének 2/3. Nekem nincs egyetlen felmenőm se, aki a jelenlegi Magyarország területén belül született volna. Mindig küzdeni fogunk az elcsatolt területen élő magyarok jogaiért. Fontos hangsúlyoznom, hogy hajlandóak vagyunk szomszédos országaink nacionalistáival kapcsolatot létesíteni, amennyiben a tiszta hazaszeretet és nem a sovinizmus és a magyar gyűlölet vezeti őket. Erdélyben magyar temetők megrongálásában vesz részt az ortodox egyház is. Így nem meglepő, ha haragosai vagyunk a románoknak. Székelyföld autonómiájáért küzdünk, hiszen a magyarok aránya Székelyföldön 70%. A székelyfalvakban egyedül csak a rendőr román. Rövidre fogva, azokkal a nacionalista szervezetekkel, akik üldözik a sovinizmust, szeretnénk nemzetközi kapcsolatot kialakítani.
This conference shows that in many countries we have people who think alike, young and old as well. It is crucial that we stay together. Our other nations' nationalists view us, Hungarians, in an odd way because of the Treaty of Trianon. Let's clarify this. In 1920, 2/3 of our territory has been stolen. I have not a single ancestor who was born on the territory of the current Hungary. We will always fight for the rights for the Hungarians living on these lands. I have to address this issue. We are willing to set up connections with the nationalists of the neighboring countries as long as it's true patriotism for them and not chauvinism and Hungarian hate that leads them. In Transylvania, the Orthodox Church also takes part in the destruction of Hungarian cemeteries, so it comes as no surprise that we are not friends with the Romanians. We are fighting for the autonomy of Transylvania because the ration of Hungarians living there is 70%. In Hungarian villages, the only Romanians are the policemen. In short, we want to build connections with nationalist organizations that persecute chauvinism, not follow it.
Amit nagyon fontosnak tartunk a jövőt illetően, hogy ne alkalmazkodjunk a baloldal játékszabályaihoz. Tehát magasról tegyünk a politikai korrektségre, a kötelező toleranciára, és így tovább. Szabadságot hirdetnek, és eközben mindent ránk akarnak erőltetni. Ez a posztmodern taktikája. Nem azzal van baj, ha valaki elfűen kiáll a nézete mellett, hanem ha korlátlan szabadságot hirdet, miközben mindent betilt, ami ellentétes nézeteivel. Egyéni véleményem az, hogy az óvodákban, iskolákban, médiában igenis szükség van a cenzúrára. Minden, ami a gyermek, a család, az élet ellen való, ami pusztítja nemzeti, vallási és nemi identitásunkat, azt be kell tiltani. Lehet, hogy ijesztően hangzik, de már rég nem szabad finomkodnunk. És hogyan lehetséges ez az Európai Unióban? Nem kell hozzájuk igazodni. Hogy milyen módon akarunk rendet tenni országunkban, és mit tartalmaz ez a rend, azt majd mi, magyarok, eldöntjük. De ugyanígy igaz ez minden országra nézve. Az Unió ne szóljon bele a tagállamok belső működési rendjébe.
What I think is important is not to play the game of the left. So we should not care about political correctness and mandatory tolerance, etc. They say liberty, but they try to force their beliefs on us. This is the strategy of the postmodern. It is not a problem if somebody stays true to their beliefs. It is, however, if they want unlimited freedom while they ban everything that opposes their ideals. My personal opinion is that in preschools, schools, and media, we need censorship. We have to ban everything that destroys culture, life, and identity. This may seem scary, but we cannot be soft. How is this possible in the European Union? Do not play their games. In what way we want to set order in our country, us Hungarians will decide for ourselves. But this is true for all countries of the European Union.
Sokszor mondják, hogy semmi realitása nincs céljainknak. A történelem pereke forog, bármikor valósággá válhat bármi. Csak aki mert nagyot álmodni, az lett képes nagyot alkotni.
The Union should not have a say in the order of other countries. In many times they say that there is no reality in our goals, but the wheel of history turns and anything can come to reality at any time. The ones who dare to dream big can create big.
Végső üzenetként annyit hagynék hátra, legyetek büszke európaiak, legyetek büszke életvédők, és ne feledjétek sohasem az illetellenes erők munkásságával szemben hazánk, Istenünk, családunk, gyermekeink védelme mentén nem létezhet olyan, hogy túl radikális. Aki nem tesz meg mindent a sajátjáért, az nem méltó annak birtoklására.
In conclusion, I would like to leave one message for you. Be proud to be European, be proud life protectors, and do not forget that the anti-life forces, our God, our homeland, our family, and our children, in protection of them, there is nothing too radical. If you don't do anything for your own, you are not worthy for them.
Köszönjük a figyelmet.
Thank you for your attention. Vállalunk kérdéseket? We are ready to hear some questions. De megyek és lefordítom.
Nincs akkor.
If there are any questions, we are ready to hear them. There are no questions. All right. Thank you for the comments. The question is, how popular are authors like Julius Evola in Hungary? Mennyire terjedt Julius Evola Magyarországon?
A hazai nacionalista szervezetek rendkívül nagy tiszteletét fejezik ki Julius Evolának, így jó magam is már legalább 10 könyvét elolvastam, úgyhogy terjed hazai körökben.
It is of great popularity among Hungarian nationalist circles. Csongor himself has read more than 10 books of him. Közelebb rakhatom a gépet. Könnyebben elolvasom. Sorry guys, I just put it a little closer so it's easier to read. Unlike with the push for postration. Ez csak egy komment, azt mondja, hogy nem úgy, mint a posztracializmus, a normalizációja a homoszexualitásnak és a transzszexualitásnak olyas valami, amivel legtöbbünk találkozott már életében. Do Hungary or
erre is.
Turkic state?
Nem azzal van a probléma, ha valaki homoszexuális, azzal van a probléma, hogyha ezt már gyermekeinkre akarják erőltetni, és kötelezik ránk az elfogadást.
It is not the problem if somebody is homosexual. The problem with that is that if they try to push this agenda on our children. Mondom ezt akkor. A magyarok az európai családnak tekintik magukat, vagy különálló embereknek, és mit gondolunk Orbánról, az Európai Unióról és a türk államokról.
Orbán Viktorról és az Európai Unióról már azért kifejtettem az előadásban, hogy mit gondolunk. 1000 éve vagyunk Európa része, mi magyarok, keresztény kultúránkat 1000 évtől kezdődően Szent István megalapozta, így természetes, hogy Európához tartozónak mondjuk magunkat, nem hiába védelmeztük ez 1000 év folyamán számtalanszor egész Európát.
Okay, this was the last question we are answering because we have to close soon. We have been part of Europe for 1000 years and we consider ourselves Europeans, but our stance on Orbán has been heard in Csongor's speech. That's what we think exactly. Okay. I think we have to close this now, as I got the message from Aino. I'm sorry for any other questions that we were unable to answer, but we are thankful for your attention. Le kell zárnunk, azt kaptuk az Einótól, de megköszöntem nekik, hogyha szeretnél még valamit mondani.
Feltehetik a kérdést neked esetleg privátba, Einón keresztül?
Yes, if you have any other questions, then please text Eino about it, and he will forward them to me, and I will get some feedback from Csongor. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
So this is the end of our conference. After many, many long hours, I do apologize to any viewers who experienced some technical difficulties. So this is the end of our conference. A technical difficulty you heard an example of right there, but I do thank everyone who came here to Tallinn to join us here, and also to the people who watched us live. And hopefully next year we'll be all here in Tallinn in person at a much bigger, much larger, much greater event with many more speakers and many more guests. Thank you and have a good evening.